everybody? We'll be starting here in just a couple minutes, finishing up some coffee. We'll kick the show off. I hope everyone's doing well today. I am going to be going over, obviously, horror movie news in the beginning of the show, like always. And then I think we're going to be doing some polish on Mythic Bastionlands cards. And a little surprise. I guess maybe I'll show the overlays for the new show coming up. Totally different than what we're going to be on today for overlays, but I can at least show you some of the screenshots of stuff that I'm working on. So stay tuned. Give me like 5-10 minutes here. Going to finish making this coffee, and then I'll be right here to start off the show. Coffee is almost done. God, do I need it today, everybody. I do have something to kind of talk about that is odd for me. This is not something I don't usually talk about fundraisers, but there's a GoFundMe for all the hobbyists out there for National Science and Surplus. I'm going to show that on the show today as well. Just because it's something that's close to my heart. There's so many hobby stores that are closing from all the cosplayers out there to other things going on. I will be showcasing that. I'm going to put the link in chat now so you can kind of take a look at it as well. I'll explain a little bit about the store. I have stuff in my room for every task I've done. Hell, the zines that were printed recently, parts of those zines come from National Science and Surplus. So this place is a staple in the Illinois and Milwaukee, Chicago, Wisconsin area, but they have an online store as well. They have to move their warehouse, and because they have to move their warehouse, they're in a little bit of a bind. It was a sudden thing that happened. 88 years this fucking place has been open. 88 years, everybody. So anyway, I will be here in just a sec. Gonna go pour my coffee, come back up, and we'll kick this show off.
It's been nearly 50 years since the introduction of the fantasy role-playing game. In that time, we've traded tomes of paper and ink for virtualized manifestations of the table. But this great game of the mind has always taken place in our collective imaginations. Welcome to Alchemy RPG. Create interactive scenes and experience gameplay in an intuitive storytelling environment, meticulously designed to amplify cinematic immersion within the theater of the mind. Craft your worlds beyond words. Immerse yourself and your players in your creations with lore-rich articles. Fully mechanized NPCs, and pre-made player characters. Effortlessly stream your tales directly from Alchemy, while onlookers cheer for your heroes on perilous paths of adventure. Discover a universe of immersive story worlds like never before, with unforgettable adventures ready to be had at the touch of a button. Breathe new life into your stories by harnessing the power of the Alchemy platform, a window into any world.
All right, everybody, we ready for this? Let's kill the media, bring the skull back, get us some music. What is up, everybody? How are we doing this morning? I see we got a couple people in chat already. Hey, Kyle and Casper. Hey, Ness. How we doing? So, woke up this morning, tired, obviously. I'm burning the midnight oil, getting these overlays ready for the new show, and getting the Streamloot cards ready and all that kind of stuff. And went down to make coffee. Forgot that I grilled yesterday. So there's just a big boiling pan for making potatoes and all that stuff. I was like, I'm not cleaning this right now. It's not fucking happening. How's everybody doing? We doing well? Nasty, I hope that website worked out for you. I know you said you're looking for some places to watch shows that were impossible to find. It's amazing to me how expensive my bill is for entertainment, yet I can never find the things that I want to watch that are even old. Like, the repositories have just gotten bad lately. It's wild to me. It really is. So, other than that, how's everybody doing? We doing well? I know Serving Hand said she's driving, so she won't be able to be in chat much. We all doing pretty good? I got tons of horror movie news we're going to go over today. I have a huge list. There's some new stuff as well for... what is it? Is there new tabletop news as well for horror? Yeah, there's some new horror news as well. Dude, you can order online. Science and Surplus is a gem. You know, let's just start with Science and Surplus. I think I'm going to start there. I'm a huge fan of Science and Surplus, and they have been a staple for the creative community in Wisconsin before they had a good website, and also a part of Chicago because they are at Gurney Mills, which is like across from the Six Flags area. And every school I know in the area goes to get their supplies there for their kids and stuff. They get everything. Like, they literally have everything. And if you're a crafter of any sort, and I mean all forms of crafting. I don't mean just, oh, I need string. I mean, like, I have ammo bags from there. I have a soldering iron from there. They have extremely huge microscope selection there. All of the vessels you could want. Like, when I was starting making beard oil. Hold on a minute. These are the first two labelless beard oils that I made, because I made beard oils for quite a many years, up through COVID. When COVID got going, I kind of stopped. But they had the little makers bottles there for beard oils. I was making custom beard oils for a bunch of high-end salons. And they're like Maker's Mark bottles. They have my stamp on the top of them. I did them in red and blue. But no, there's labels for these. But these bottles all came from them for the first, I don't know, I'd say 1,000 bottles. But like, if you're painting, they have a bunch of paint supplies, and they have all the like the little fiddly bits that you need. Yeah, it's pretty wild. So here, I'll show you the video. Let me mute the music here for a second. I'll show you the video here. Let me pop it up. Science Surplus is just a fucking gem, and I don't pimp fundraising ever for anything. It's really not my jam, but this place is a staple, and I'm a creative, and a lot of people watch the show are creatives. If you're not buying from them, I would at least recommend looking at their inventory. So let me take us over to the work table, and I will show you. My hair's frizzy today. That's not the work table. Look at that guy. He's not even here right now. Getting airtime. Kidding. Thank you, Beyond Micah. That was a blast. Literally everything. They teach you to solder. They teach you how to wire. Everything. I mean, they are true crafters. And they're goofballs. It's great. So they're doing a GoFundMe to raise, really, dude, it's, they want 125 to move their warehouse, which is honestly nothing. Compared to what we've seen Kickstarters raise, that is not a goddamn thing. So I threw money at it already. I know a couple other people were throwing money at it. I'm hoping it goes out on a local radio station that does a bunch of fundraising here. But their website is amazing. I mean, Science and Surplus. I wish they had. Do I have a link to their website here? I don't think they do. If you're building stuff, you need supply pieces, these are your guys. Like, literally everything. They do buyouts for old museums, things that close, and they buy out inventory from shops that aren't going to make it and stuff like that. Like, yeah, dude, and they're good. It's good stuff, actually. Like, look, they got a fucking life-size terracotta warrior, right? Like, they have entire oil color or acrylic paint set for $10. So kids come here to get a lot of their supplies. I don't have kids. You know what I'm saying? Camping flux, shelving units, cameras, glasses, wooden boxes. Dude, they literally have everything you could imagine. And a lot of science places, when they can't use something anymore, they sell them over to them, like labs and shit like that. It's wild. Wild, the stuff that is in here. It really, really is. I highly recommend taking a look through it if you're looking for stuff. But one-of-a-kind electronics. Like a vintage photo enlarger apparatus. The fucking Victorian is this? What is this? Fuck is this for? Right? They have one-eyed syringe soldiers. They have, you know, basically spy device. They have ooh pretties. And then just every bits and bobs if you are working on projects. Generators, motors. It's just insane to me, the stuff that they carry. And the people who work there are all really knowledgeable. A lot of them are science majors or worked in science labs or they've worked on motors and engines. They're all builders. Like, it's fucking crazy, the shit that they have at this place. So I recommend taking a look. Even the crafty section for all the crafty people, this is the section I would say to take a look at for the craft stuff section. From yarn to magnets and these weird, like, cylinder magnets. The mega magnets. The ball bearings. They just have everything. Cow skin by the pound. Leather scraps. I think that comes from right next to me for these guys who they reupholster furniture and boats. I think all the scraps come from there. Or at least a good amount of them. And all the furniture factories and stuff like that, they just get to buy that stuff. What was that, Todd? Early 2000s, I bought loads of Darkwing Duck stickers from Science and Surplus in Milwaukee and put them in my D&D 3.5. Oh my god, I forgot about that. I still have some of these left after all these years. Yeah, dude, I have so much stuff from them, man. That place means more to me than I can actually say. Like, it's an important part of hobbying. And it's weird that we're seeing all these hobby places close. Like, we lost, what was it, Joanne Fabrics we lost, or Michael's we lost, one of the two. that over this last year. It's weird. Even Victorian Ghost Mr. Cross Stitch. It's true. So anyway, I highly recommend it. Check it out. If you can donate, donate. I don't ever do these kind of fundraising things. I just want to mention it because it means something to me. I feel like I wouldn't be doing my due diligence as someone who has purchased from there for fucking years if I didn't donate and mention it to my communities of friends. I know I'm going to mention it, Battle Brothers, all the people who do miniature gaming and shit like that. We all fucking use it. So we can't have another one disappear. I was saying on the phone that I can't believe how many schools use it and they're not putting money in towards saving it. It's been 88 years it's been there. It's been there longer than most of the fucking schools here. It's weird, man. It's fucking weird. But I'll mention it again at the end. I'm going to put it in the show notes. I'm probably going to do a couple shorts on it as well. I have a medical bag from there too, dude. Hold on. I think we got ours at the same time, man. Oh, you got the medical one. Hold on. Where did I put it? Oh, it's in my drawer. That's right. I moved all my audio equipment. I got a bunch of goosenecks from there as well for like doing camera work. But down here, this is from there. This was originally some weird Western U.S. bag. That's got all my audio equipment in it, just audio, podcasting. So I could just throw it in the car. The arm is down here holding the lights. Those are from there. Shit like that, man. Shit like that. So, check it out. Hunt around. Find yourself some fucking magnets. Oh, God, dude. It's fucking wild. The shit that they carry here. I'm trying to remember some of the really, really weird stuff that they have. Like, here's their militaria. Like fucking bayonets. Look at these bags. Bags. Old canteens. Felt cover strap. Canteen. Check. Belts. Helms. Fucking just call me goggles. Aviator caps. Collapsible ones. Metal canteens. Look at this shit. I have a couple of these. These keep your powder dry. And some of these. Gas masks for your Halloween needs. Or if you have other plans. Gloves. Survival packs. They used to have MREs there too that were not expired. Compasses. Just grab a piece of history, Polish 2 conductor foam wire on a spool. Why? Why do they have it? I don't know. I have a whole bunch of drill bits from them. Ones for like projects where I knew I was gonna whoop the shit out of it, but they ended up being the drill bits that I still have until today. Because it's not like they're buying knockoff stuff, you know what I mean? They're buying like actual product and reselling it. Because those places were closing. It's fucking nuts, man. It's really, really crazy to think that I might lose a science and surplus. So, anyway, wanted to at least get that out. I know it's a little sad, but hey, it doesn't have to be sad. It's not a lot of money, so I'm hoping some people really start donating. I think it just started, too. I don't think it's been up for long, the science and surplus. How did it start? 30%. Yeah, no, it just started. So, we hope it goes through. Thank you, Jen, for telling me about this. That's what I woke up to today. Yeah, I definitely need to have. Yeah. Again, if you're a crafter, it's awesome. I said it's the Harbor Freight for crafters. Like, it really is Harbor Freight for crafters. It's for, like, crafting supplies and shit. Beard is splitting. So anyway, let's talk a little horror movie news, shall we? Let's see here. I have a couple horror movie things. There's a lot of horror movie stuff I don't give a fuck about this week. There's a few that I do. Let's see here. Pull up all the links here. I'm definitely gonna watch this tonight. What else do I want to give you before I... Anything else? Just making sure. Nothing there. Nothing there. Oh, yeah. I forgot that this came out. We'll go over that. And then, is there any new merch? That's coming out. Oh, that's important, actually. That's pretty important. I don't care about any of that. Is there any new merch? I have like a huge list of RSS feeds that come through. I looked through most of these. This is all the same stuff from last week, unfortunately. Yeah, no. Is there any tabletop ones? I will say I'm interested in running some Daggerheart. I do want to try running it. I really think it'll be fun. There's some weird video games that came out, or are coming out. I'm sure Drew will play a few of them. Oh. Yeah, I can't believe this is happening. I'm actually kind of annoyed by that, because Dead by Daylight needs to fix their fucking games before they keep bringing shit in. They're the horror movie icon, and they keep fucking shit up. Alright, I think that's everything. So let's do a little horror movie news. Let me get us back over there. I'm gonna record this. I've been recording these just in case I want to put them out. So let me put me on full screen. I'll hit record. Put the ad up. Where's my ad? Ad. All right, 3, 2. Whoops. Okay, now it could be 1. 3, 2, 1. Hey everybody, welcome to Rise in Design. We're gonna do a little bit of horror movie news here, and then we're gonna get into design stuff. But this is in case I want to share it later. It's May 24th, and there's a decent amount of news this week, but not as much as there was last week. There was a ton of good news last week. So let's go over the table. Let's burn through all the horror movie that we have. So there's a bunch of stuff coming out. First off, we have to talk about Until Dawn. Until Dawn's now playing. I'm kind of wanting to watch this. It got bad reviews, though. I was a little surprised. I was really surprised that it was bad by the fans. So this is out. I don't think I've watched the trailer for this yet, to be honest with you, and I'm going to do that now. Let's just, oh, why are you not going to give me the full thing?
I can't.
Okay.
Up the road.
I always take a little murder.
Stuck in time.
Shot like the Saw series a little bit. That's creepy looking.
Stuck in time.
Every time we die, we find ourselves back here again. But the night is never the same.
I think I wonder why I got such bad reviews. Ooh.
But the night is never the same. Every night something new is trying to kill us.
Creepy dolls. No one wants creepy dolls.
Something new is trying to kill us. What is that?
So cool makeup.
We want to survive. We have to make it until dawn.
I want out.
Until dawn.
Please let me out.
I love him.
Please let me out.
Until dawn. We have to make it until dawn.
Up the road.
Well,
That's why people get into trouble.
the trailer is cut fantastically. I'm gonna watch it. I think it looks great. So that came out. The next one up here is the Shudder original. I have not seen this yet. The Shudder originals are really hit or miss for me. Sometimes they are fantastic, but when this was the opening shot, I was already a little, yeah, Suburbia.
I should have come back sooner.
Yeah, you should have.
How's it going?
It's the same. I honestly don't
This
know
is
how much longer we can
the
keep this up.
Surrender. She's a great actress, though.
Have you been drinking?
Oh.
I thought the end would be different somehow. Okay. We need to gather all his precious objects. They sent me a list. Things we have to prepare before his arrival.
Who is coming over?
The man Deb recommended.
Recommended for what?
To resurrect him? Oh, please.
What's that for?
Protection.
This, okay, I'm eating my words. This looks amazing.
Sealed. We cannot leave.
What the fuck? Ooh. Ooh, what was that? Hold on here. I saw some pretty makeup. Let's see if we can pause on it. Damn it. We're going for it. That's super cool looking. All right, well, The Surrender looks awesome. That's going to be on Shudder. It may already be out on Shudder right now. Let me double check that for everybody. This looks really good. Like I said, they're hit or miss, man. You never know if it's going to be great. Let's see if it's out now. It came out in March. How did I not see this? How did I? All right. I'm going to name you dinner. This looks really good. Surrender came out in March 2025. Apparently it's going to be on Shudder. So excited about that. That's a great piece. I had no idea. I had no idea that was a movie that was out. So check that out when you get a chance. Next up is probably going to be Stream It or Skip It, Bloody Axe Wound on Shudder. This is a pretty good article. I read a lot of stuff on Decider and on Bloody Disgusting and things like that for just how movies are doing in the horror movie genre. Good horror movie news is surprisingly easier to find now than it was in like 2010. People are really back into the horror movie genre right now. So here is the article. I'm not going to read through the whole thing, but should you stream it or should you skip it? Which I think is a really great way to label an article. But I think the world of this movie is where two rival serial slasher guys compete to make a slasher movie that are actually snuff films and nobody's the wiser. He's like, I think that's what this is. So it could be good. I haven't seen it. I have no idea. I said it reminds me of Friday the 13th. That's good. That's a really good mention of a fucking franchise. So this is out now. You can watch this. You can stream it on Shudder. I have not watched it yet myself. This is on my list to watch though. Just been burning through them lately. And then the next one I talk about is Fear Street Prom Queen. This has actually been a fun franchise coming out on Netflix. If you haven't watched all the Fear Streets, there's been a ton of them. A ton of them. I don't want to scroll through because it says they explain the ending, but I am going to watch this. All the Fear Streets have been fun. They're kind of a good cross of, I don't know, there's like a Buffy vibe to them, meets Scream for me for all of them. But this one just came out. I think it came out yesterday. I think it was yesterday it was released. But let me see if they have any screenshots. It's always shot well. It always looks great. I don't want to ruin anything for anyone. If you've watched it, though, and you want to see what the twist is for the end, I'll put that in the show notes below, because it's one of these movies where, from my understanding, it's a pretty fucked up credit scene. Like, what it is and what it means. Last up, why? The Witcher is getting an asymmetrical horror treatment as Geralt, Triss, Yennefer, and Ciri cosmetics come out for Dead by Daylight. Dead by Daylight, you guys, you're one of my favorite games. You haven't fixed your stuff. It's so fucking lopsided. Everything favors the fucking survivors in such a huge way, and not in like a jokey way, because the killers are supposed to lose. Like, yeah, I get that, but you gotta like get rid of kick the gen and stuff like that. Instead of giving me more franchises to keep your ass afloat, just fix the game, please. Fix the game. I'm a Geralt fan. I would only be excited by this if I am going to get a monster from this. I don't know what Witcher monster I'd want. We already have a witch in the game, so we can't get one of the 3 witches. I don't want a werewolf, although we don't actually have a werewolf. There's a cool werewolf in that. Maybe one of their trolls. The trolls in that game are really cool, or drowners would be really cool. Like if you were a pack of drowners, but come on, guys, don't give us this. Just fix the game. All right, that's enough whining from me. Horror movie news, pretty short today. Nothing special. I didn't have any new merch. I really looked around to see if there's any new merch out there that was super cool, but everything is like those vinyl ducks I already showed, the drinkware cups, the dope new shirts that I've been showing. There's nothing else that I can really find, but there is one thing on BackerKit for tabletop RPGs, and I was going to show it. I was really excited for it, and then I think they took it down. I can't find it anywhere right now. It was supposed to be Candlelight at Dagger's Edge on Kickstarter. Or sorry, yeah, Kickstarter. It's a gothic ghost hunting horror RPG. And when I go to it, it doesn't load. I don't know what happened. I don't know if they had to pull it, if they're moving the date. I tried to find some news before the show. It was up the other day when I was looking. It was going in my newsletter, but something happened. I haven't been able to find it anymore. So I don't know. I feel bad. I hope they're doing okay. It looked really fucking cool. That's all I will say. So I do get news on that again. I will bring it back. But that's it for horror movie news today, everybody. If you're here for the live show, stick around. We're going to continue on. We're going to be doing a lot of design work today. I know we had some people over on our Shadow Dark, the Arcane Library, asking about design. So we're going to be doing some design today. But for horror movie, if you got anything that you know about that you love in horror movies that's coming out, new franchise, new series, new shirts, new merch, new anything, put it down in the Rise and Design comments here, and then maybe I'll put it up on the show. I'm always looking for, obviously, new stuff to wear in the show, or just new shit to watch. Horror movies inspire almost all of my tabletop gaming, and the more I can watch, the better I am at GMing these games and playing those really creepy creatures. You know what I'm saying? So drop a link down below for anything you have been watching, buying, or playing as of late. All right, so that's it for horror movie news. Yeah, dude, I'm pissed. Like, I looked everywhere. It's Candlelight at the Dagger's Edge. It's a gothic ghost hunting game. I don't know what happened. It's gone. It's just absolutely gone. I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea what it is. I'm going to grab all these links really quick and put these into here. I don't care that they're doing it. I just care that they haven't fixed their fucking game. This is the same argument that I have about, what was the game we used to play all the time? God damn it. Phasmophobia. That they weren't fixing their game. And then by the time they did it, I just didn't give a shit anymore. You know what I mean? But whatever. Bloody axe wound. I am interested to watch that though. I think that sounds kind of cool. I don't know if it's going to be any good, but I'll give it a watch. The surrender looks awesome. The fact that that has not been on my radar. I love that chick as an actress. She's fantastic. All right. And then Until Dawn. I don't think it looks that bad. It's getting horrible reviews, but horror movies, that's the other thing too, man. If it looks good, you watch it. You never fucking know with horror movies if they're actually going to be good or not. You just don't. I'm trying to find this. I'm giving this another real like deep dive to try to find this Candlelight. Now we're going to be going over cards today. Let's hold on a minute here. Let me see. I'm going to do a little searchy search here. TTRPG. Huh. It should have been on Kickstarter. I can find tiny epic dungeons, but that's not what we're looking for. I think it got pulled. Huh. Is it Griffin Saddlebag that was doing it? They're a really cool group. Right, here, check this out. I'll pull the link up just so you guys can see. Where are you at? It just 404s me every time I do it. This is what happens. And this is the backer kit page for it. I don't know what happened. Garrett only thrives in his own video game world. I don't know. He did well at Monster Hunter when they put him in Monster Hunter. Yeah, I looked everywhere. Can't find it. So anyway, we got other stuff to go over today, though. Ooh, man, something in my eye. So I am working on all of our cards for Mythic Bastionlands. Been working on the overlays as well. I need to finish these cards so I can get them into Streamloots. Man. I hate rubbing my eyes that hard, but there's something fucking in them right now. Something in it. So these are all the cards I have done right now. The first 4 are placeholders. All the other ones are done. I did change them up. So you can see here, this is really high up. And after looking at it, I had this bonus down here for like what the card does. But it goes in the Streamloot cards. I don't think it's needed. I don't think I need to put that bonus there. So I went to this style and slid it down so there's more screen space. So we got our knee gif, our ooh woo my lord. This will play gifs on screen. We have Diva Down. We have Maybe Cooked. We have Go Away. Right, you gotta have Go Away, right? Man, this is bad. I might have to put some eye drops in here. We have Tiny Horses from SNL, because there is an actual tiny horse. We have Leroy Jenkins. I used the Black Adder for this because I thought it made sense. We have I'm in Danger from the old Robin Hood Disney film. We have Yes, No, Maybe from Black Adder. Yeah, right. Yeah. I think this means Try Not to Sneeze, if I remember correctly. We have On With It from Mighty Python. We have For Glory. The Frank House Dilemma. This is from Simpsons. We have Runaway. Classic, right? We have Flesh Wound. We have Armor Up, which in the game will give them a +1 to their armor. We have One Up, which raises the die step 1. So if they have a D4, it goes to a D6. We have Upgrade Gambit, which means that you can take a non-successful dice and turn it into a gambit. You can't use it as damage, but you can turn it into a gambit. We have Call on Council, which is something you can do in one of the modes of play in Mythic Bastionlands. We have Supplies, because you do need supplies while you're traveling. I just made it a basic supplies. We have Free Smite. So all 3 of the feats that you can do them and you roll. So you have Free Smite, Free Focus, Free Deny, all art from the game. And then we have Camp Reroll, because you do have to roll to set up camps. We have Squire Stat. This will actually let a Squire reroll one of his stats. We'll get into what Squires are once the show starts. +1 season action. When seasons pass, everybody get an action to do. This lets them do 1 more as the season passes. The only way you get experience in this game is when, not even experience, increases to stuff or changes to anything, is when when time passes. So this gives an extra action. For Glory lets you get more stuff like a land, better gear. You can ask for counsel, things like that. Glory is really important in the game. It's kind of like your stature. Have a good day, Serving Hands. Hope you're doing something fun. Oh, you're working. That's not fun. And then an Item of Myth is the other one I have. So right now, from here to here, what do we got? 31 minus 4. I need 4 more cards, essentially. I need 3 more cards. 3 more cards. I know I have 1 more gold in mind. I really need 1. I would like 2 more blues. I'd like the blue to outweigh the purples. Purples are just easier to make. Actually, purples and golds are really easy to make. These lower end ones that provide value are hard. I did gifts for all the greens this time so I can play them on screen, but they are going to have an effect. If a GIF is played, there's going to be a background bonus that we're going to be using. So I noticed they don't have a +1 or anything like that. I don't get any points for my end of things. I'm thinking about using a Move a Clock. So today, I kind of want to go through the Mythic Bastionlands book and look for mechanics that I think I can add to the game without unbalancing it. I don't want to overpower this game. Like, they're already heroes. The feats and stuff like that are the most powerful one. I probably need a reroll card. Maybe blue for that? I mean, it's powerful. Reroll is powerful. I could make it a limited. So let's duplicate this. We'll have to go find some art. So I'm actually going to need Mythic Bastionlands anyway. I'm trying to use mostly Mythic Bastionlands stuff. Trying. It's not always possible, you know what I mean? Oh, coffee. I do have something else to show people that has nothing, just related to printing. So I had to go down a really big printing rabbit hole to get my printer to do the stuff I wanted it to. And I found these PDFs for printing. TP is the name, testprint.com. This test print for inkjets is awesome. This test print is also really good for block color and seeing color gradients and how it handles it. And I usually use one of these pages to print about once a week to make sure my printer is running right. Then this black and white and how it handles text sizes. Really good print run. I'm thinking about going in here and adding an 8 because I do print some stuff in text size 8. And how legible it is. But these are really good. They're all on testprint.com. I definitely recommend if you have a printer at home and you need to print. You really should be printing. I mean, my understanding after... Stop it. Allow. There we go. Here's the test prints. My understanding after everything is a Canon, you got to print like every 48 to 72 hours. Otherwise, you waste ink. The amount, so Canon cycle, and they clean their print heads every 48, depending on your model. You know when your model is. You'll hear it just go off if you have it on. If you print instead, it uses less ink than the cycle does. So for all the gamers out there, I recommend printing character sheets. Print a character sheet, Nessie, print patterns. Anyone who has something that they print, have something that they use frequently, and have it set up for printing. If you're doing Christmas cards, things like that, just have a file ready that you print, and print that thing to do your test print versus wasting ink by letting it cycle. And also your pads and shit and your catch tanks, all that gets fucking ruined as well. So I highly recommend having these on file. If you don't have something to print for the day, use these. I print one of these every time before I go to print to make sure my shit's running right. I've been watching a gentleman on YouTube who's basically like he's got a print shop, and he prints primarily using inkjet for photo prints because they're actually, it's better than laser for a lot of things. And he has been kind of crushing it with that. Yeah, test page for scale. Yeah, whatever it is. I'm just saying print. It's more to stop your stuff from fucking clogging. To stop the ink head from getting bad. I don't want... This has been pissing me off. Something fierce lately, everybody. This fucking view summary, right? I don't want this. And it does not go away. Like, if I tell it no, is there a stop? Like, I don't want the summary. Usually, if I click it right away, I can stop it. It shouldn't... It should be an option, not a forced feature, which Todd and I talk about all the time. It should be an option, not a forced feature. Maybe I want it to summarize the entire book for something, or a section for me, but I don't need it to do it every fucking time I open it. Every time I open this PDF, it does this. No, get fucked. There we go. Yeah, I mean, printer-wise, like... It's not even being nice. They just... Inkjets clog really easily. They really, really do. They're great at home. I have a really high-end... This printer was fucking expensive. And I can't tell you how many times it just doesn't want to work. But since I've been printing every day... Like, here, I'll get you the guy that I watch. For anyone who ever has printing problems, this guy is the best. Like, no joke. The best guy. Hold on. Hun. Where's printing problems? Canon printing metal print. Yeah, Todd. Well, you and I will argue on that to the end of the times. Where is... I like the assistance aspect. The ones I have trained for assisting me work great, but they don't just force themselves into my life. They're asked to do something like a person would be asked to do something. People had the same arguments about the internet when it came out, or digital art when it came out. Let's see here. Printing. Where's this guy? I watch him all the fucking time. The fact that he's not coming up and I watch this guy when I was doing all the fucking shit for Breachers, I probably watched his videos. God, I hate to say it, weekly. Weekly. I was watching stuff weekly. Doing well, buddy. Getting ready to finish up some Streamloot cards. How you been? How's streaming been, man? Has streaming been good? What are you guys streaming right now? Looking up my printing playlist. Also, why does YouTube not have a way to search your playlists? You ever notice that? Like, you have all these playlists you build over years and years in YouTube, but there's not a way to search your title names. I have a whole Affinity fucking suite that I've been watching, learning Affinity right now. Running Alien again? It is your favorite, man. Are you running the new stuff, or are you running something you ran before? Here you guys are looking at a boring screen right now. Let me pull it to me. What's Kinless? I don't think I've played Kinless before. What's Kinless? Let's try this. No. Original. Do you run custom ones ever, or are you only running the ones they made? Have you done any of your own yet? I'm trying to find these printing problems. Inkjet. I'm so mad that I can't find his shit right now. I don't understand. Inkjet, Epson, printer, clogged. Usually I type his name, I type this in, and he is the first dude who comes up now. Because I've watched this, yeah, here he is. And literally the name of his place is Juan, and I type, oh, it's Jose. Fuck, I was wrong, I'm a dumbass. I thought it was Juan. This guy. Absolute G. Kinless the Mork Borg hack solo Viking game Kickstarter. Oh, that's nice. I've been doing a lot of solo gameplay stuff lately. I've really enjoyed it, to be honest with you. I'm gonna try testing Daggerheart solo, but I don't think it'll work very well. I think it's definitely made for group play. You know what I mean? Personally, I mean, it feels like a group play system. I'm curious to see their new stream that's starting on the 28th, to see how it goes. But that's the gentleman. Let me go back over to the other page for us here. So let me pull him up. So he's the one who led me to this test print site, right? But this guy is awesome. And this guy does crazy printing, man. Crazy printing. Like, he's printing on metal. He's printing, like, he's doing a bunch of stuff at home I've not seen done. And how to print it, where to source it, where to get the stuff for it. Like, this dude is really good. Like, I feel like I'm talking to my dad as a technician if my dad worked in printing. Like, that's what this reminds me of for me. And he does high quality stuff. He has a couple different sites that he recommends. I mean, he's going into like profile settings and if it's worth it for sublimation. He's printing on metal sheets now. It's wild. Wild. Super nice dude. He led me to a new ink company that I'm looking at for some stuff as well. It's pretty cool. But anyway, I highly recommend this guy. I mean, you can see I'm subscribed to all of his shit. He's my jam. He's my mentor for printing issues. Legitimately. That's the best thing I think about YouTube is like all of the information that would be lost through the distance of the US that would have been in books now, now is in video format, and then these people are making books so you can have it on your shelf. Like, I like the cycle of tech and creative YouTube, and the stuff that's there that you can learn from is really, really fucking cool. But he uses Canons and Epsons, and I think he said he's got like 7 printers. I can't remember, but like, here, hold on here. I'm gonna pause this. We're gonna, for example, what's a good one from him? Like, here's an Epson. It's even retro, man. He's so retro. I'll make this a little larger for myself. So this is, for example.
Hello, everybody. I hope you guys enjoyed this Sunday's live stream. During our discussion about
Always dark. He does live streams. I think he used to be a firefighter.
My friend who creates beautiful paintings and loves printing them on Canson Aquarella paper, which is really not a inkjet coated type paper.
It's not.
It's meant for actual watercolor painting.
It does.
I have as well.
That's true, Nessie. The best channels look like they're from the early 2000s. That's true. For knowledge, institutional knowledge, yes.
I usually use presentation paper mat as a paper choice. Created a profile using my X-Rite i1 Pro 2, and I was pretty satisfied with it.
So he goes through, they're usually like 10-15 minute videos.
Help. Okay. So this is printed assuming that, you know, the 8550 was going to be using matte black ink. Well, not really. In this mode, it uses both the dye ink and the black matte ink. In what proportion? That we do not know. Okay. I definitely don't know that. But I am just flabbergasted at the fact that I am seeing detail that normally is not there. Look at it. Look at here.
And that does, the paper does make a difference for details.
To be not great. And
yep. Yeah. So like he talks about like printing stuff. He goes through 1 minute demonstration of full color managed workflow using Quamage Ultimate. 1 minute.
Hello everybody, Jose Rodriguez. This is going to be the
this guy's a G.
Demonstration of proper color managed workflow to achieve a match to your monitor, assuming
this guy's a monster.
The monitor is correctly calibrated. Open up QImage, load your image, go to printers and settings, choose your printer, 8550.
And because he's got a shit ton of printers, he's using specialized software.
5x11, rear paper feeder. We're using a Red River paper called Palladuro Soft Gloss Rag. That's already.
I'm really tempted to buy this.
And we just simply hit.
Best any tutorials are the same. Yeah, dude.
Done, you will see this.
Some things need to be a visual skill.
Bingo. And this matches my monitor. If you saw my previous video, you can attest to that. Bye-bye, everybody.
Guy's a monster. So he breaks it all down, color theory. He knows his shit, man. Like, he is really good. Like, here, this is the video I was looking for. Only 126 likes. How? And this is about the Canon Pro, which is a very popular photo printer.
Hello, everybody. Jose Rodriguez here. Got a little bit of a raspy voice. I've been outside shoveling snow. the last couple of days.
He must live out here.
Away my wife's eye surgery.
He must live here.
Due to the snowstorm. Most offices down in the downtown area of Washington, D.C. were closed.
Oh, he's in D.C.
We had about a foot of snow in most areas. Now everyone.
So he talks about why you need to print every day.
3.2 ml of ink. Well, that makes no sense.
Down to the milliliters of ink used.
Like 6 ml of ink on a cleaning cycle to then print a job that only took half the amount. That's 200% waste.
200% waste. You can tell I've watched this video a lot because I knew where he said that. I was like, what the fuck am I doing? Why am I wasting two possible prints? I'm wasting 2 pages of prints if I do a clean cycle on this fucking thing. And this is worse. This one has a higher rate of waste. And then I was having problems with smears. And there's a little foot pad in there. He's like, dude, you take a paper towel, you take Windex. This is what you do. And he gives the process and breakdown. I gutted this one. I took this whole thing apart. This thing is only printed maybe a 60th of what its total printing capacity could be, and I was already having problems. But anyway, I just wanted to share it. I think this guy, people ask me, what do I watch when I'm doing all my work and stuff? It's people like this that are doing stuff. This and the bookbinder. There's a new bookbinder guy that I have been watching constantly for the stuff that I'm doing. And the really good, deep-seated, like, knowledge bases for this kind of stuff are these 100 fucking liked views. So far, in my knowledge, they're the best ones. They really are. And bookbinding is like a dying art. And the gentleman that I watch is the 4Key. Is it 4Key? I think it's the 4Key Book Arts. This gentleman. I'll put it in chat for people. Just because to me, shared knowledge is shared knowledge. Unless you're going to use it, it doesn't fucking mean anything. So I'll share everything I can about how I'm doing stuff. But this gentleman did a full Dune reprinting that is fucking gorgeous. I'm not even a Dune fan. Check this out. I'm just going to go to the highlights.
Pulled through to the halfway point, I bring the other end through the same hole from the other side. With 2 double thicknesses of lacing passing through this hole now, it's gotten pretty tight. The authors of the book recommend using a pair of needle nose pliers to help pull the leather lace through.
You probably have a driver problem. I had the same problem. Or my cable in the back was really bad. Or if it's in a surge protector, printers will trigger surge protectors a lot of times too.
Once that's successfully pulled through, I'll take up the slack, leaving a small loop.
Look at this.
With that first loop established, I now pierce the second hole.
Now watch this. We're just gonna go through. We're just gonna look at some of this shit. Look at what he fucking did. Look at this. Look at this. This guy is a god. He is a knowledge database god. It's so pretty.
With the end bands done, the covering of this book is now structurally complete, but I've got quite a lot more work to do to execute my full vision for this book.
More work. That's not enough.
I don't know how many hours working on my design for the tooling for the cover, and I've gone through a lot of different iterations.
That cover is fucking wild, man.
I've drawn it out full size on paper, and then I used some thin tracing paper over top to copy the design. The reason for that is so I can
here, let me see if I can pause it.
Paper and lay it on.
Look at this.
On top of the binding itself.
Hold on here. Check this shit. He's hand making that circle. He decided I know he has a bunch of 3D printing and etching tools and stuff like that, right? Like I think he
acquired this particular tool.
Buys most of his press pieces though.
Design, but I felt that it needed a little something extra to finish off the ends of the pattern.
Look at this shit!
I headed down to the workshop to make a finial tool that
you
matches
fucker!
Pretty well with the existing pattern.
Look at it!
As I work, I keep my original design handy as a reference,
what do you mean
so that I can
needed
keep
more?
track of the pattern once I've moved beyond the basic layout on the tracing paper. And here you can see why I like this particular tool, because by making multiple impressions end to end, the pattern repeats. creating a really pleasing sort of bas-relief design. Once I finished working on the back surface...
And all of his things, he teaches you how to make all of these jigs and holding and presses. Every one of them.
I can turn my attention to the spine, following the same process to impress my design into the panels between the raised bands.
And he's just using a metal end, like almost like a soldering iron, and he's just drawing it in. And he goes back through and it's a hot one, and he's pressing them in.
Turn my attention to the front cover of the book.
Right?
And for this, I've decided to go all in.
Look at this, though.
You guessed it, a sandworm. Sandworms are at the heart of Dune, and since the aesthetic I'm going for is really reflective of the Fremen, I really
this is this is inspirational to me.
The design.
Like, Todd, you and I can draw this stuff in our sleep, right? Like, this is not hard art for us to do. But the extra mile that is going into making this book is just fucking insane. And he's tracing this on. If that paper fucking slides at all, you're going to fuck up everything underneath it. I know he can see through to what he's doing to make sure it's lined up. But if you press that leather wrong once, you're done.
For the design onto the cover. And again, the tracing paper template comes in handy, this time to lay out the book's title accurately as well.
That's just a screwdriver. No, he wasn't. He wasn't already going all in. This is the all-in section. This is it. This is the all-in part. Wasn't before. It's now. So, like, he traces this. He stamps this whole thing. And then the guy's editing this video afterwards.
I also take the time to extend the tooling around the corners so that the design wraps all the way around the entire book. With my original paper design fully achieved, I can now use some of my other tools to fill in some elements. I found that working on paper I could only use so much creativity, but now with the book almost fully realized, I can use my artistic license to continue developing the design until I'm happy with it.
And his voice! This guy is like a new Bob Ross.
I chose to leave essentially blank for the time being, partially because I didn't want to overdo it. But also, if in the future I decide I want to make some additions, I'll have room to do that. There is one more feature that I've wanted to incorporate into
one more?
From the very start, though.
One more.
And that's to incorporate some Fremen glyphs along this line in the pattern. To do that, I'm going to be following the COURIER script that was developed for the most recent films. I, of course, don't have any custom tools for this script, so that means that I'm going to have to form each character individually using my stylus. And if you're wondering what this script says, but you can't read COURIER, maybe check the link up at the top of your screen.
The fuck? I'm going to do it by hand. And here's the thing. All artists have done this. When we wanted a font to look a certain way, we've all done it by hand. When I was doing stuff for other countries and I didn't understand the iconography of the language, when I had to do anything that's like kanji or anything like that, I would follow a sample that was sent to me and I would hand draw it, or I would draw it in Photoshop and ask them if that's what it looked like, because I was doing stuff for a religious group all over the globe. But I was just getting paid to make ad stuff for them, you know what I mean? And I didn't know what the hell any of it said, so I had to make sure, I'm like, it's your words, so you make sure you give me the right thing. I mean, I had to change stuff, but I did learn a lot of kanji from that. So he does all this, right?
With that, the tooling is all done.
Sandworm's extended warranty.
But I'm not quite there yet. There are two more things I really want
to
truly elevate this binding.
Still not done.
The first one, I need to prepare the leather in stages.
Still not done.
Apply a paste wash, which is a diluted version of the same wheat paste that I use to attach the leather to the book. This will help to seal the pores in the leather, which will create a smooth surface for the final decoration. And yes, I'm aware that water is bad for sandworms, but in this case, I think it'll be okay.
Just wait, everybody. Just wait. I love his setup here, where all the tools sit on that little round piece up there.
I continue the surface prep by adding a layer of gelatin to the tooled areas that I want to highlight.
Gelatin.
Once the gelatin is dried, I then apply 2 coats of a substance called...
How did I not like this?
Which is basically just refined egg white, and is the critical element for the type of decoration.
Refined egg white.
I apply the glare over the dried gelatin.
That's the first time I've seen his face.
That I'll be working on.
Ever.
And finally, it's time for me to let you in on
Nessie, what is this? There's egg whites. What is it going to be?
And that is genuine gold leaf. Gold leaf is not only
Medieval rules.
a traditional decorative material for books, but one that I think would definitely
Medieval
be
rules.
in the distant future of Arrakis. This is genuine 24 karat gold and is less than a micron thick, so it's extremely delicate and difficult to work with. Using my knife, I'll cut the gold to size, which will also make it easier to handle. I'll use a thin coat of Vaseline on the leather to ensure that the gold stays put while I'm working on it. To pick up the gold, I use a piece of cotton wool which I've rubbed on my forehead. The tiny amount of natural oil from my skin is enough for the gold to stick to, allowing
Yeah, because I would have thought of
I
that.
can then press it in place, the gold sticking more to the Vaseline.
This is another one of those ones where I feel like I'm talking to my father.
In this way, I'll apply enough of the gold to cover all the areas that I want to work on.
Dude. God damn it, man. I don't even
Once I've
like
applied
Dune.
the gold, I'll go over all the impressions that I made earlier with
He's
the same tools. only this time
redoing
I've heated them to a higher temperature.
the whole
I rock the
thing.
tool left, right, up, and down.
And
to
that
ensure
wheel
I've made full
is a
contact,
heat
while
stone.
the heat of the tool sets the glare, permanently bonding the gold. to
That's
the
what that's
leather.
for.
When done correctly, the impressed gold surfaces should have a mirror shine, which really catches the light.
What the fuck?
Once I've gone over all the tooling, I need to remove the excess gold. And to do this, I'll use this gold rubber, which is made of natural crepe that's been softened with paraffin oil. By rubbing it gently over the surface of the leather, it will pick up any of the gold leaf that hasn't stuck. This not only cleans up the excess gold, but traps it as well, so it can be recovered later. Gold may not be as valuable as spice, but it's still pretty expensive stuff. The rubber
It
will also
traps
pick up
it
the gold
for
from
later.
where it should have stuck but didn't. And these I can go over again by applying more glare and more gold, then retooling. This is only the second book I've ever done with gold, after all. So I
Second.
never expected it to turn out perfectly on the first try.
Second time he's ever done gold. Second.
The gold
Only
rubber does
twice.
a good job of picking up
This
most
is
of the
literally like
excess
talking to
gold,
my father.
But to clear up any last
Hey, Dad, have you ever done this before?
I wipe the
Nah.
floor using lighter
How'd you figure it out? Just
which
makes
also
sense.
removes
Fuck
any
you, dude.
Vaseline.
Like, that's the Dave Frank house. Like, I grew up with. Yeah, he has jokes too. He does. It's just. So we're here, watch. We're going to go to here.
We've done the tooling, we've done the gold.
He's not done.
There's still that conspicuous blank circle that you've been wondering about. Let me show you what I've made to go there.
I have that twine. I use it for my knives. That leather. It's the same stuff I've been using for this. Look at this shit. You thought we were done, didn't you?
If you don't
thought he was done.
recognize what this is, it's an engraving of the map of Arrakis, more specifically the northern polar region. You may remember seeing this briefly way back in part 1 of the series. I've made it to fit perfectly into the recess on the front flap, and to hold it in place, I made this engraved bezel to go around the perimeter. The bezel has recesses that line up with the 6 slots you can see on the map, which will allow me to use these copper cleats I made to hold the entire thing in place. This map, though, is just a backdrop, but first let's take a quick sideline for me to show you how I made it. Behind the scenes, I've been practicing hand engraving, and I've finally gotten to the point where I felt I could take on this design. Using a sharp
I've
paper
been
and a small
practicing
hammer, I
hand
carved
engraving.
my
This
design
he
into the
does what I
surface
do.
of the brass.
Every month I learn a
The
new
process
skill.
is fairly
This
easy
guy
to
does that.
explain, but much harder to execute.
Like bravo, man. This is like retirement for me. This is what I want to do with my retirement. If I ever get to fucking
Once the
retire.
engraving is done, I cut out the pieces, clean them up with files and sandpaper before doing a final patina treatment to achieve the desired look.
Yup. Yup.
And of course, the real centerpiece here is another sandworm. Just as the worms
It's
dominate
his
the world
first
of
rodeo,
Arrakis,
but it's
my
his
sandworm
second
goes over
rodeo.
top of
Yeah,
the map of
exactly.
Dune,
This guy
symbolically
is
encompassing the
what we
entire
all
world.
think our tabletop
Because the
RPG
coming
characters
and
can do
going
with
of
craft,
Shahulud is
right?
so
But we think we can do it in
important.
one day.
This effigy will turn and pivot on a central point, a reflection of its dominion over the desert. To attach the medallion, I first need to pierce some holes in the flap. To do that, I'm going to use this narrow chisel, First, I mark the leather through the piercings in the medallion itself,
This is so cool.
and then with that removed, I push the chisel all the way through the cover, making enough
Through the
room
leather.
for my copper tabs to pass through to the other side.
And he pushes it through. Right. And we get the process.
I then put the bezel in place and push in the tabs.
This bezel sells it for me, though.
The bend points on the ends will hold the bezel and the base plate in place.
Oh, the Beetlejuice. Oh, Beetlejuice will be great. So they push through, and he tapers them over.
Inside, I trim the tabs to length using a block of wood as a gauge.
Right.
Then mark and cut some shallow recesses into the inside of the flap to allow the metal tabs to be bent down.
Because, you know, you don't want them to
Using the back of my hammer, I'll tap
stick
the tabs
out.
down.
So
While this
we're
may
gonna...
look fairly extreme, my intent is to create a tight clinch on the tabs to hold the medallion firmly in place. Or at least that's what I had intended.
So I'm having
he's
a
putting them in
tough time
place.
trying to get these cleats to stay flat. I think I've made an error in the way I folded them in. These inner tabs are folded opposite the way the outside ones are, and I think what I need to do is to fold these over in the opposite direction so that they pinch together rather than this sort of seesaw effect. That means I'm going to have to patch these holes that I made, but that's not too much of a problem.
Not a
I
problem.
didn't catch it on film, but when I bent the tabs over in the other direction, I actually broke one because the metal had become fatigued. So off camera, I took them back down to the shop, heat treated them to soften them, and then made a replacement for the broken one. I'm glad I did all that though, because the tabs are now really secure and below the surface of the inside of the flap, so they won't show through once they're covered. To make the hole for this central pin that will hold down the sandworm, I'll use my hand drill to make a small hole through to the other side.
He explained why he did hand drills for a lot of stuff. It has to do with control.
That I made. That too gets
It has to
bent
be
over
flush.
on the inside into a corresponding recess. Finally, I'll use some small bits of gray board cut to size and glued in place to fill in the recesses. When those are dry, I trim away the excess with my paring knife and then sand the inside of the cover flap smooth. And now, at long last, we've come to the final stage of this binding, and that's attaching the marbled papers that I made way back in episode 2. I've kept them aside for
He
just
made
this
the paper
moment,
too. Did I
as
forget to
well as
mention
the
that?
plate
He
piece,
makes
which
the
I'll use to
paper.
cover the two panels on the inside of the cover flap.
I mentioned that.
Separated end papers like these are called doublures, and I wanted to make sure that they have a nice even border of leather around all four sides.
This was not on the agenda today,
Template
everybody.
first for each one.
This was not. This is just what
This way I'll
happens
be
when
able
you're
to make sure
doing
my
creative
marbled papers
stuff.
are
And
cut precisely to size.
this guy
I can't afford to make a mistake.
is directly stopped workflow for me more than once.
And here's another thing I've been
More
working
than
for
once.
for quite a while.
See you, Todd. Have a good one, buddy.
Wrapping the text block of the book. I need to be able to see the papers on the inside to make sure that
Look,
the pattern's
shit!
line up. And it's nice to see that the book is still there after all this time.
Yeah, because he's had a wrap for like, I think he said like 2 months or something. What the fuck?
Once I've got the marbled papers aligned where I want them, I'll fold up the edges around the template, which will effectively mark where I need to cut them to size.
So he does this. He inserts the new paper. And then, that gear.
Contributing to the channel sounds like something you might like to do. You can find links on how to do so down in the video description.
Yeah, he also shares all his
Now,
information and he's
looks
put a
like
book
I've got the
together
end
too.
Papers all done. So it's just a matter
Those.
of weighing them down to dry.
These here, I have to make some. Okay, so they are bricks that he wraps in a thick paper, like a thick, it's like almost like a wrapping paper that he uses, but it's his bookend paper. And he uses those for weights for all of his stuff. And he has 2 large ones and 2 smaller ones. And he even builds like, he puts the 2 tall ones on end and puts the other ones on top of each other. And he weighs his fuck, I can't remember the name of it, but the individual bindings, what are they called? Not leaflets, but anyway, he presses them. But for zines, this would be great.
Dry, and in the morning, we'll get to see how this book is finally.
So I'm going to get some of these at Home Depot and redo them. And that weight has been around for as long as I've been watching him. So he has these bricks that he makes, and he uses them to weigh everything down. And I was like, that's the fucking smartest thing I've ever seen. And I don't remember who he said he learned it from. But he learned it from somebody. So here's our reveal. I think this is our flip through and everything now. He even put it in the spine. And I was worried, like, oh man, that ugly inside piece, we're gonna fucking, that's horrible. Doesn't matter, he covers it with the marble paper. We don't see it. Look at this shit. It's so gorgeous. I love that split cover design, man. That the braiding and the braid around the edge of the spine. That's so cool. And those almost read like skulls, those imprints. Like, I don't like Dune, but this makes me want to like Dune. You know what I mean? Like, I should give it another chance. Like, this, that's what this book does. And its spine's even thicker, if I remember, to encompass the braid. And he printed this, by the way. He printed these pages. He didn't cut a book apart. So wait, what? Look at that. How gorgeous is that? Yes. Yes. Yeah, here, watch. I'll rewind. Watch. You can see it when he stands it on end. It wraps all the way across. It's tacked. It's tacked into the wooden cover because there's a wooden base for it with thick cardstock. It is tacked into there and comes across into the book. You got it, Scott. Absolutely. I have seen that, and maybe I've seen it in a Bible before, like a high-end Bible. I've seen it in an old black magic tome when I was in a, there we go, when I was in a museum. I've seen it in some medieval bookbinding back in the day where they would do it that way. But it makes it way more accessible. Also, you don't have something pressing on the spine causing any damage, especially something that thick. I know. So that's the inside. And you can see it went back through the marble paper, and it's the same long sheet because you can see how it kind of connects. They're made to kind of wave together. So he has one sheet that he cut to put together on that. So that means you got one shot with that. You fuck it up, it's not going to match, right? And he glued those all back down in place. And those are handmade marble paper. Down here at the book bindery, they make those papers. They can teach you how to do it, which is pretty cool. Really, it's just a gorgeous piece. I would like this for Lord of the Rings. I would like it for the R.A. Salvatore series.
My version of Dune.
The Dragonland series. Those are things that for me as a
really
kid.
Happy with how it turned out, and I hope you are too.
I love the cross like that too. It doesn't get.
And I've learned a lot.
It lays flat.
Thanks for joining me and sharing.
And it spins. Oh, I forgot to tell you that. That
I think
spins.
now I'm going to sit down and reread this book. So until next time, I'm Dennis, and I'll see you in the next video.
Fucking monster. This guy is a monster. So for anyone who's interested in watching more of this stuff, Nessie, if you want some good background stuff to watch, here's the gentleman's channel. Highly recommend his stuff. This is where I've learned a lot of my resource. Oh, Conan would be great. The collection of Conan stories. Yes, man. So, like, he is a hyper talented individual. So this guy, inspirational to me. Inspirational.
Filling up all the pages, and then you can...
So this is an old book cover. right?
And just switch out the text down some larger size paper.
He went and bought some sheets of paper,
For the
like
pages.
good drawing
Sketch pads
paper.
are an easy source of large format paper, but the glued edge can sometimes be a bit of a pain.
And this is fun too. So like I have done this a lot. Buying pads of paper like this at discount, really good paper for drawing. For one-offs, I have bought these, and now that I have like a really high-end cutter, you just cut, you can either tear them, but you risk, or you can cut the spine.
Rather
Right.
than tear off individual sheets, I'm going to just trim off that.
And you just trim the edge, which I've done. And you do it manually. That's also a really good razor knife. So he cuts it all. So now you have these nice
Since
sheets.
This paper won't fit as is into any of my cutters.
Now, he hasn't saved this, but I want you to see that he is folding it against a wall to make his life fucking easier. You know how angry I am that I am not able to do this right now because my workbench is in the middle of a room.
Only to get it down to size, but it need to be cut into 3. And the easiest way.
And then he
I found
has
to
a
do
measurement sheet, which I do that stuff all the
is to cut a
time.
piece of card that's 1/3
And he's going to make, he's pressing, hold on here.
than too many. And splitting technique is that I now have
This thing, which I have from the post office, right?
to count out the sheets for the signatures.
What is this?
that? I now have to count out the sheets for the signatures.
Signatures. I'm a fucking
I haven't
moron.
timed it, but I suspect that for just 1 or 2 books, the hand method is probably.
I did a lot of woodworking, and there's a lot of carryover to this because I've worked for cabinet companies when I was a teen. But I learned a lot of basic fucking foundational knowledge from it, making jigs, what to do, why you do it, all that kind of stuff. I can do that. So I'm gonna take Shadow Dark, and I'm gonna do this for Shadow Dark. I really think I am. I think instead of me doing a custom printed one, though, I will probably buy one and redo the signatures that way. That's my plan. While I could print them myself, Shadow Dark is big. I mean, this is 323 pages. And this is done in signatures of, hold on here. Grab. Let me grab a set of signatures out of here. You go like this, you can usually get a signature to come up properly. That's one. And these are stitched signatures. Usually they're 12 pages. 8 to 12, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Oh, I can just look at the page numbers. 115, 15, 8 page. These are 8-page signatures folded over. I can't because of the way the table's built. I know. I wanted to do that. I was going to do a 90 and a level and put it at the end of that board and bolt it on. I can't. The new workbench I'm building, I can. I'm using a early 1900s drafting board, like all cast iron metal. And I'm using that right now, but the side profile pieces are too thin for me to want to screw anything into it. I could do a plastic edge and wrap it there, but instead, just on my new workbench, I'm going to do it. But he has got his built in a corner. So my new rolling one that rolls, I'm going to have fold down pieces on it. I'm going to have ones that come up so I can have that perfect square, or I can take them down because sometimes you don't want them in the way when you're working with like long pieces of wood and shit like that. But yes, Kyle, 100% agree with you.
This cover.
But so he's built into custom signatures, making sure they all fit in this old. I mean, that's such a cool fucking leather binding.
Better to have too few than too many in this case, so I'll go with 10.
So he's going to cut out some of the signatures because it was too thick. He's gonna make sure it wraps right.
I folded enough paper for 3 books, but before I get to sewing, I think I'll put them all into the press for a while to flatten out.
So he's gonna flatten these bitches. I need to build a press. I really need to build a press. I think I'm just gonna do this version that he's been doing. But like a rig like this, I've been looking for a used one like this, and man, they're expensive. They're really expensive to get a used press. I mean, I would even refurb one, clean the rust off, do all that kind of shit, and just build my own and grease it. Like, I'm used to it. I've worked on enough cars. I should ask AW if he's seen anything like this laying around, because I know he runs across a lot of really odd shit.
While those were in the press, I decided to
Oh,
do
yeah.
just one.
And I believe, hold on here, let me back up. I think this picture is a drawing of this press. That they came together, if I remember, it was in the box. Like, that's how old that press is.
Make up several books, but while those were in the press, I decided to do just one for now, and I'll save these other signatures for another video.
So he's doing one.
Comments have asked me what I do with all of my off.
So look at this big ass fucking guillotine he's got. This is an industrial guillotine. I love that his guillotine has got a lineup on it. Mine doesn't. Like, being really exact with the guillotine is hard. That's old school, man. This is like the old school presses.
Asked me what I do with all of my offcuts, and the answer is I'm saving them.
I save them too.
Hopefully, by the time the weather warms up, I'll have enough to try my hand at paper making.
So he's gonna redo those and make paper.
Next, I'll cut down some heavyweight paper for the covers.
Yes, correct. Like it's a
This
patient
is,
picture, yeah.
160
The
GSM,
patent
I believe.
picture. Patent, sorry.
I'm going to be doing a
I don't think it's a patent. I think it's what came with the
variation of
instruction
board
manual.
binding to adapt it as a blank book insert. I know I haven't shown that style of binding on the channel before.
I have this
so
in
we'll
black.
consider this a
This
soft
big ass mat.
introduction for now. Comments if that.
I have so many cutting mats. You know how hard it is to get custom cutting mats
Of course, I
made
need
with like a
to
print
add
on
in
them?
some of my own
Very
model
difficult.
paper for the end papers.
You have to get them manufactured. You can't get them manufactured in the
Simple
US.
this time and skip the
Tried.
finishing.
So this is all paper he's made, right? Pretty cool. We're gonna go over to a big spot.
All along.
So this is him sewing it. So he has a really cool method for like doing his needles and sewing the needle together. I've never stitched bindings. That's not true. I have done stitch bindings in the
Sewing is relatively
past.
simple. No support cords or sewing frame necessary. I'll just wax some linen thread and get started by
It's
sewing the
linen.
first
He
cover.
waxes it. He has got a really cool way that he ties his needle knots to make sure that there's no issue on drag. But everyone who's done anything with twine before knows you run it through the center of the twine and use that to make the loophole to make it as thin as possible. People who've used it, people who haven't, don't know.
This is an easy way to lend a bit of support to the sewing without.
So he's doing a support spine. So he's gonna cut through, sew all these together, one by one. It's hours of work, man. I bet they reuse the print engraving just to save some. Probably. Always wax your threads, dude. Always. So much easier. And they last longer. They don't fray. So he's going through and doing all this stuff, right? He's showing how he's sewing all of his signatures together, which is actually not hard. It's not. It's time consuming. It's not hard though. You could watch YouTube and do this. Like just sit and chill.
Could be joined.
Look how his bone folder, man. It's so warped. Mine's so clean compared to his. That's what you use to crease the pages. I have a small one and a large one. This is my smaller one, which I use for the zines. I have a really long one that's like this downstairs. That's old. It was my grandmother's actually. She used to fold all the leaflets for the church with her big one, and they would stuff them in the Bibles and the pews and shit like that in their Baptist church. So I have her big long one downstairs. I love that I'm using it to make tabletop RPGs. Sacrilege, but I'm sure the book folder's happy. If book folders have souls or memories, I think it's happier making TTRPGs than it was making Bibles.
So if you're in a similar situation to where I was, do check it out.
So he goes through this whole sewing process.
For my purposes, it's a handy pad of glue barriers that would otherwise...
Oh yeah, this.
For today's waste paper, we have a discarded book. I believe this one is an obsolete
Genius.
study guide.
I have a couple of old science books that I use for this.
That would otherwise have found its way into the bin.
Serves its
But I think
purpose.
it's a good use for it.
It's solid.
No
It's
my
rigid.
glue containers
I
are
use
mixed,
foam books
but
that way. I
I'm
have
just
3
pouring
foam
a
books
glass of
downstairs.
glue from the bottle, so it's pretty much straight PVA in there. I only need a thin line of it along the spine edge of the end papers
Yep.
to get them tipped into the
And that's just to glue the marble cover in it. Right? Okay. And then, so this one, I feel like I could just make this. What do you think, Kyle? I feel like this is just a makeable thing. Like, pretty easily. There's nothing special about the wood. He probably, you know, making these angles isn't hard. I don't know where I would get the screw wood pieces. There, he probably waxed them.
To glue out the spine, I'll get the book lined up in the laying press.
Yeah, exactly.
As always, I
Always
keep
wax your
the
thread,
center
yeah.
holes
They don't
closed
get as many
to
knots in
reduce
them as you go as well. Also starts also helps to
This might
when
be
you are
unnecessary, but
untangling
it's
shit.
clamped up pretty
It gives
tight, and
just
I'm gonna
enough
work the glue
rigidness
down
to
into
it,
the
but not
signatures
too
anyway.
much. And
It can't
they
do
compress
anything.
flat better.
It's just something I've always done.
Oh yeah, he's talking about how he always glues his spines. This here though, I think I would just CNC him. So this here, he is going through all the holes he's pressed through. He is using his bone tool and pressing.
This might be unnecessary as the book's clamped up pretty tight, and I'm going to work the glue down into the signatures.
He presses the
anyway,
paper back down.
but it can't do any harm, I guess.
It's
just
just part of his
something I've always
ritual.
done.
Genius though. I would do the same thing.
I follow up the glue with some thin Japanese.
It's like wiping off the ends of ribs before you put them in competition. You know what I mean? You want them to look good. That's literally the reason you do it. It doesn't do anything else, but you wipe the blood off.
Push it down into the grooves.
The burnt
between
blood.
Signatures with my bone folder. I think this release paper has been used one too many times, as it's not actually releasing that well. No harm though, as I'm going to add a little bit more glue anyway, and then fold the tissue paper over for another layer.
And this is to give him
It'll add
a
bit more
thick.
resilience to the spine without significantly
Yep.
increasing the bulk.
And that's obviously his bone tool he uses for anything with glue.
Finally, I'll just trim off the excess and I'll leave it to dry for a few hours.
I have that knife somewhere. I've been able to find it though. Super clean. Probably left it overnight.
From the start, my idea was to make a book block insert that was just partially bound.
He's got to be in like Massachusetts or somewhere on the East Coast because getting the old book binding stuff is so much easier in the East Coast, Chicago, and there's one place in the West Coast that people go to get a lot of book binding stuff because there was large printing houses back in the day and you can still find that stuff circling. We get some up here because of Chicago, but I'm better going to Chicago. Just they overprice it
Someday
though.
down the road, it could be trimmed if necessary and then given a cover treatment. But in the meantime, these little flaps are there to give a little bit more protection.
Right.
The outer leaves of the end papers get tucked in under the flaps.
Yep.
And these are what will be inserted into the pockets of the leather cover.
So watch this.
That way, when you open the book, you'll see
That thing's
the
old. That
decoration
leather
on the
cover's
side,
old.
just like a typical book.
But he made a
The edges and
custom
corners of the marble
piece
paper
to
won't
put
get bruised
in
and
to
crumpled by the
fit.
color.
It wasn't Portland. It was somewhere else.
Let's see how it works out in practice.
I mean, they may. It's just not the one I'm thinking of. It's cities that have big print presses that were small cities are the best place to go because they don't overcharge you if you find that shit. Now the internet age is around though. Everybody gets overcharged.
I really like the way that turned out. I really do enjoy
This
the casual,
motherfucker,
inviting
dude.
feel of a soft cover notebook.
There you
Something
go.
about how it just seems to flex and adapt to whatever you need it to be.
Because it's been warped to beaten
The
in.
lining on the spine means that the book opens really well, which is just what you want in a journal or sketchbook. Overall, that was a fun little project. It was a
Fun.
great way for me to
That was a fun little project.
try out the new reorganization.
So anyway, I just wanted to showcase this guy's master class. Here's his bricks, dude. So he makes these bricks.
Obviously damaged by
He wraps them in this thick paper. He fills in the gaps. Like, so one of these he talks about how it has,
I wanted to
see that fill? He just made up some thin mortar, filled it so they're flat. These old bricks.
overlap fully.
Honestly, if I look at this brick long enough, I may even be able to tell you where he's based out of. from doing masonry work for so long, because only certain parts of the country get certain kind of bricks.
One side to give me plenty of glue surface area, and to make it easy to hide out for a few minutes.
So he glues them together,
On its end, I use
package
a small
fold,
brush to apply glue to
right?
the
He's
underside of the-
just paper gluing them.
A heavy lump for sitting on things. Glue dry, often under some pressure.
So here's some
Book press
boards,
is what most people think of first in this regard.
and this is how most people press
Bricks
books.
are a better choice. They're handy for a wide variety of bookbinding tasks like gluing down paste downs, applying cover materials, pressing.
But now they're not damaging anything because it's paper on paper.
Parts or odd-shaped books like my.
There's his Dune book.
For a significant portion of gluing operations, a brick or two is more than enough pressure to get the job done.
Yeah, that there.
Gluing operations,
Watch this.
A brick or two is more than enough
Duh.
pressure to get the
How dumb are we as humans that we aren't thinking about doing this shit, dude?
job done. But letting glue dry isn't the only way to make use of these gravity-powered tools. Here are 9 more ways that I like to put bricks to use in the bindery.
Now watch this. Here we go.
Help in those moments when you could really use a third hand. Unruly materials like book cloth or tightly rolled paper can be hard to manage. A brick or two on the corners will tame them, which lets you focus on your task. Templates are a good way to handle repetitive work, but if they shift around in use, it pretty much defeats their purpose. Taping
Problem solved.
the template down is one option, but that's a consumable material that just winds up in the bin, and what's more, it could mar your work.
Yeah, I've done tiles before. Yeah.
It takes no time at all to position.
But for bookbinding, I was like, I don't know why I'm not using bricks. I have a handful of them downstairs. I don't have the thick paper, though. I'll have to order some, like, really thick binding paper. I might go down the bindery and see if they have a couple, like, scraps left that I could buy, or, like, ones that didn't turn out the way they wanted.
By using a straight edge like this scrap of bookboard and a brick. Position the board where you need it.
Gravity power tools. That's right, Scott. Gravity power tools, not bricks.
Then easily and accurately align your material in exactly the same spot time and time again.
So I've been doing this.
Consistent results.
I just wrap mine in gaming paper. I have one downstairs that's all wrapped in gaming paper. But this is, I mean, that's some thick, like that paper that shit's expensive, dude. That shit's expensive. This kind of paper that's this fucking heavy and waxed like that.
Just a matter of time until something inevitably rolls off of your bench. Before that happens, take a moment to strategically position a brick or two as a temporary wall.
It's like a comedy, fucking.
Your sanity will thank you.
This motherfucker, dude.
Here's a little trick I came up with and now use whenever I fold up a batch of signatures for notebooks. These have a tendency to slide around and become a nuisance, especially when you've got a lot of them. Eventually, I realized I could use a pair of
Get smaller bricks. Half bricks. Break them in half. Cut them in half.
Signatures in a tidy stack.
Make them like this.
To double as a press afterwards.
This is genius.
The board distributes the weight, while the side bricks keep the pile from slipping sideways as it's pressed.
How? How do I not know?
Afterward, I can add the side bricks to put on even more pressure. Here's one that's super simple, but that I use all the time. I found that when I'm doing gold tooling, a brick is just the right height to position my stamps on the stove to heat up. Simple, but effective. A laying press is a great bookbinding accessory, but even one like mine sometimes doesn't have the capacity to fit larger pieces. When this happens, I'll reach for my bricks to raise the press up off the bench.
Because they're the same size.
Just enough clearance to position the book properly without damaging the foredge below, and without sacrificing on stability. And if you don't have a laying press, you can improvise a small one with a pair of bricks. All on their own, they can be used for simple tasks like squaring up your text block and laying out the sewing stations. If you need a firmer grip on your work, a couple of clamps.
I watched a whole infomercial about how he uses bricks. I know. Look, he clamped them.
A brick or two can make for a great temporary work surface. I'll often place a brick under a book's open cover while I work on the inside.
It's funny because, like, when I was working in, my dad is a mechanic. Well, I shouldn't say mechanic. He is a master of anything that needs to be fixed. And he does high, like, that last 10% of, like, refining cars and rebuilding them and painting them. And I never thought about the steel blocks that he has that are milled perfectly in his garage and the bricks that he had in his garage. I never thought about it. Or all the cinder blocks that are always around. We always had cinder blocks. He's like, I'm like, why do you have these? Like, they're easy to move. They're durable. They support everything. There's a fucking reason to use them for houses. I never thought about it. Then I saw this guy. I was like, oh yeah, Dave Frankhouse had this shit everywhere. And he covered his in the ones that were for cars. He would wrap them in leather. If you had to set them on stuff so you wouldn't scuff hoods, but like if you had a whole metal panels in place, stuff like that, or you just TIG weld things. But yeah, man, I never thought about it. But anyway, on with the show. Little sidetrack today. Little sidetrack. I need more coffee, everybody. I'll be right back. We'll get some more coffee. Alright. The other thing I need to do is build an area to carry 11 by 17. I don't have kids. But you could do that. You could let your kids paint them for decoration. Yeah. You'd have to paper them first, though. You have to paper them first. And you have to seal them after the paint because you don't want them to get on the paper. But for other things you could do. So, this is what I've been working on for the last couple of days, finishing up this stuff. Let me pull up do I have it on right now? Here, hold on here. So I'm gonna explain a little bit before I show it. So I've been trying to figure out what I want Mythic Bastionlands to look like for the stream. Scott, I don't know if you've been making your overlays or how you've been running your shows. I made a whole, I've made so many overlays over the last, dude, this might be like 6 years at this point. I don't fucking remember anymore. So I've been trying to figure out what I want it to look like. And I want Mythic Bastionlands to feel like this book. This book is absolutely gorgeous. One of my favorite engines. This piece here explains everything about the book for me, like why I want to run this game. But it is inspired by medieval times, but it's also inspired by like Elden Ring, and that it's a good combination of medieval and Baroque art style. And Baroque art style is not something you see commonly. Like, it's a little rare. So hold on here. Baroque architecture is not common anymore. Oh, okay. Hey, there's nothing wrong buying them at all. But you don't see. It's not, Baroque isn't done anymore. So let me show you, and I think I'm saying that right. This Baroque, Baroque. But let me show you what that looks like. So I want to duplicate some of these forms. Oh, nice. Because I love these forms. I like the form factors. I like how they look. I like how it has a little bit of like a Pancratian Greek mythical feel to them as well. And Mythical Bastionlands has that kind of style. I envision everything looking this way instead of just the medieval square for everything. I want a little shapeliness to it. Like, that is gorgeous. And there's not a lot of this around. Now, if you look at, if we pull up medieval architecture doesn't look like this. Some of it's got the round shapes, right? Some of it has it, but not a lot. You get pillars, but this window here, that frame that you see, that long, tall window, is common. And we see it a lot in Catholic churches and things like that as well. During the Crusades, if it ain't broke, you don't fix it. You got it. This is gorgeous. This is old medieval stuff. A lot of ups and downs. I did learn too that when cannons came around, they started taking those straight up and down walls and slanting them. So that when cannon fire would hit them, they would shoot up and away instead of through the walls. So once cannons came into effect, the way you built towers and stuff changed. So like these are samples of medieval buildings, right? But there's some commonality. Yeah, that's a Gothic style. Yep. But that's been around forever. They're even in the old medieval ones. Old medieval houses, like this is different. The modular mage village, medieval village is pretty cool looking. But there is, even in medieval architecture, it's in all of these too. It has to do with how you could cut stone. That is why it happened. And it's a strong structural support for some stuff. So I've looked through a lot of them. Also, medieval, where you were depends a lot on how things were built. I love this. This is gorgeous. I know. Nessie, I know it's Tudor. Still falls in the time frame. Everyone who thinks medieval thinks of all this stuff. And Tudor is great. But I don't want Tudor for this. For this style. Oh, come on, load. Please? Damn it. So, there's a lot of really cool medieval in Germany. Some really cool pieces in here. I love the cobblestone village style there. That's kind of cool looking. But I want some of the Elden Ring feel to stuff. And Elden Ring is more the Baroque. So if we look up Elden Ring inspiration, because he mentions that Elden Ring is inspirational for the look and feel of his game. When we pull up Elden Ring art inspiration, I will say architecture art inspiration. I forgot that. Nessie, did you go to college for history? I thought you did, but I'm not positive. Or is it just passion? So you can see in their art stuff, it is a combination of like medieval. There is Tudor in a lot of their stuff. Baroque and Gothic. It's really a fucking merger of all of it. Oh yeah, I have a whole list of architecture. Part of my study was architecture. I'm just dulling it down for people. So there's some really good pieces in here. You can kind of see the blend of everything, right? Like this is the underground one. This is wild. This is an underground piece in the game. What? That's insanity. That's why I'm self-employed. Yeah. I feel that. So when I'm looking at this book and I was looking at their inspirations, we scroll down here. It has, where was the inspirations at in this book? Was it in the back? Might have been on his website, honestly. Let me see here. Is this his index? Delving into tomorrow. I think it's back here. He has inspiration. I love this back part of the book. Like what the thoughts are, why. I'm definitely going to do thoughts for my stuff from now on. Like what's my process behind why I do this stuff. 1900s art. Early 1900 art? I would have to look. I don't remember anymore. Most of my art school knowledge days is gone. I don't know. Maybe it was on his website. It might have been on his website. Because I don't see it here. and I didn't see it in the front. I'm looking here to see if it's in the front. Do you know, by the way, do you know how expensive it is to get an ISBN number? It's fucking stupid. It's so dumb. Reference? No, let's try inspiration. No. Yeah, it must have been on his... It might be on his Patreon, which I'll pull up his Patreon in a minute. So, I've been looking at his book a lot, like kind of in spare time when I'm designing this. A lot of my design process is like going through his book just before bed, prepping for the show, getting ideas together, all that stuff. Like, I really do try to keep that intact, that kind of feel of stuff. So this guy painted this, is what I wanted to pull up here. This is a painting of a shot from the game in the underground. And, oops. And that's amazing that this is an oil painting. So I love that he did this, that this is amazing, right? Like, that's a really cool set piece that this guy painted as inspiration to the idea of you know, how much he loves the look of this game. It's all nighty, pre-Rafliette. I don't know if I've ever heard that before. 1900s though? 1900s, really? Nighty? It's all nights in 1900s? That's so weird. I mean, that's canon time frame. So, anyway, these are inspirational, right? This is the stuff that I want. They reference this. I think it was on his Patreon. Let me see here. Mythic Bastionland inspiration. He talks about it though. Might even be the drive-thru RPG page. Now I'm thinking about it. Yeah, it is. It is. Check this out. Look at this shit. Let me pull this over here. It's the drive-thru RPG page. He even says Prince Valiant comic, Excalibur, Pendragon, The Green Knight, and then Elden Ring. That's the inspiration. It's like a lot of his inspiration stuff. Obviously, he has other inspirations than that. It's very medieval time feel, but that's inspiration. So now we kind of know like what we're looking at, what we're looking for, what art style I wanted, everything else. What's up, Jay? So like I really wanted to make sure I was hitting these pieces as I designed the overlays for this show. So, and this piece here on the front between Adam and I from the show we're talking, this piece and the back of the book are the same shapes and the same images between the characters and the omens. So you have all of the omens. This is the inside flats of the book, like the inside panels. All of the omens are on the back. This is all inspired by the omens on the back. It gives you the rules of the game, the things you do. You can't see it. I'm a fucking dumbass. I'm a dumbass. Try that again, guys. Sorry. So you got this. Then you have every night of the 72 nights kind of laid out in here. And then on the back, the cover mirrors it. And then he's got his omens here. So I know I wanted this. I knew what his inspirations were. I started really hustling Thursday, gathering art sources together, buying Photoshop image stock stuff that I can get, getting asset packs for medieval UIs so I can have like templates to work off of and merge things together. It's quicker to have templates, just like when you are drawing. Anyone who tells you, first off, don't ever let anyone tell you how to do your art. fuck them. Sincerely, get fucked. If anyone tells you how you should be doing your art, it's your art. If they don't like it, they don't have to fucking look at it. 2, templates have been around forever. We've been using templates forever. This is a fucking metal one. We have been using squares, curves, French curves. I have an entire series of art stuff. So if anyone tells you, oh, templates are cheating, they can go fuck themselves. We've been using them forever to create perfection in our lines and the things we do, especially compasses, circles, all that kind of crap. So fuck off. It's fine to buy templates digitally, to use templates to build more. I highly recommend you use them as a baseline and build off of them. So I picked up a bunch of asset packs that I really liked because I have all these credits from paying for Adobe for all this fucking time and never being able to use Adobe for anything worth a goddamn. And I wanted this kind of feel to the layout for the overlays. So I've combined a shit ton of stuff, did a bunch of custom art, put his art in place, and this, I think, is what the overlays are going to, at their core, look like. I'm pretty happy. I wanted them to look gold leaf and pounded. The gems on mine are filled. Theirs, they will get more as they get more glory. I'm doing more background art for all these. This is a background art that's comprised of probably 15 to 20 images that I kind of put together to make this. I have some other ones that I'm working on right now for different hexes that we're on. This is just the cast and myself. And these aren't the art for their knights. We haven't rolled their knights yet. But I wanted to see what the art would look like in the background to make sure that it all matches. I wanted the bright colors. I might make a larger drop shadow on the frames to push them away from the background a little bit more. You can see it down around the bottom really well, but you can't see it in here. So I might drag it back up and push it out like the light is shining at it to give a little bit more of a shadow to it. The name placards down here, I wanted that green and gold merger. This is just a marbling effect that I used. These are an asset piece where I chop them and put them back together to make, clamped areas. The gems are little gems that I found that I've recolored. I think originally they were blue. And they have like little fixture pieces that I made them look like they set in. I'll change the color of these based on the color of their knights. So like if someone's red, their gems will be red. I wanted it to look like this. And I think for the EQs for each person, they're going to go inside behind the frame. So it'll go frame, EQ, their picture. And I'm going to have it brightly move like a glowing light across the bottom that kind of shines up into them to help separate and give depth. That's the game plan. I'm going to have different backgrounds. And as you all know, I already have, I think they work on this overlay. Do they work here? I don't know if I did them for Corpse Talk. Let me see. I don't have them on this page. Do I not have the seasons on? Hold on here. I have seasons that I made for... Fuck, what would it have been? What did we make seasons for? Was it Dragonlance? I think it was Dragonlance that we did seasons. I'm seeing if I have it on here. I might have it on this solo page. Do I have seasons here? Let's test it again. Yeah, so like, I have snow. I have lightning for rain. I have actual rain, right? I have fall. I love this one. I have summer. I have wind. And I can even combine them. Kind of set the tone for the game. Wind and leaves. Right? So we're going to have these effects that I can use during the show. So This is, I think, what I'm going to go with. Now, here comes the dilemma. Here's the Frank House dilemma that I've given myself. I want bigger real estate. You notice I've really made this like, the full screen is them. I made these so they stack pretty fucking well. But the bottoms aren't curved, so I can't do what I did in other shows where the curve fits in. So like where this is here, normally I would make them so they would stack, so I could stagger the images. But I wanted vertical slices, but when we add a guest, everyone's gonna get crushed unless I take the 4 of them and stack them on top of each other, which means these get really small. That means that you're gonna have a frame about like this and one below it. And I can kind of square them up into each other, but I'm really tempted to take this bottom of the frame and round them. Or, because I'm crazy, I might make a square frame as well. I haven't decided yet. But I know this is the look I want at least. I have all my textures built. Like this frame, this here. You want to see what this really is? Hold on. Let me find the original version. Old wooden clamps disassemble a metal. Oh, thanks, dude. Yeah, I've seen those. That's a good idea. It's a good idea, Kyle. Thank you. Kyle is showing me clamps that exist that you can get. I have an old painter clamp like that somewhere. I just wonder if they can take the torsion. Yeah, I could keep scalloping at the top and flip the bottom. I could, but I have to remember, I have to mask these and the way the stacking works in the frames. So, for example, what you're looking at right now on the screen of me, we might lose audio, but I'm going to show you how this actually works in case anyone has forgotten. Okay? So, this... This scene here, it builds this. All of that stuff I was showing you is to build this scene or to build this scene. I'm not muted. Those scenes just don't have the active audio in them. They just don't have the audio in them, so I don't have duplicates. That's all it is. I was showing you everything I just showed you was to build this scene. So for this, since I want to keep this feel, I may have to make vertical and horizontal. I might have to make a horizontal one as well. But I want to be able to pick who's on each scene whenever I want, which means I have to use these. So this is what I'm going to be playing around with off screen. So I got to do this in Photoshop, and I hate streaming Photoshop. Streaming Photoshop is a fucking nightmare. I mean, I hate it. So I think that's going to be the look for the show. Now, I think those, with these cards, will look really good. I really think these together will play well. Because I got this like mixed mythology, Camelot looking art. His art looks really good with it. These are good Streamloot cards. I think they'll look good on the screen. I haven't tested it yet. That's going to be on my docket to do once I export all of these. And I'm building these in Canva because I share these cards so often, and Canva handles transparent GIF backgrounds better than Photoshop ever can. These here, and Scott, I don't know if you're doing cards for your show, but I can do these when I export them. It'll still do the transparent background when I export one of these. So like, hold on a minute here. Let me go to my downloads. I think I have a sample when I download it. I'm just gonna try to pull it up on the screen. Yeah. I'm importing it just so you can see it right now. It takes a second. It's gonna pop it over top of this one. So this is my scene, right? So now if I go into my imports, where are you? Oh, I think I gotta go to a different screen for it. Hold on. Uploads. Oh, no, it's here. I lied. I lied. It's here. So here, watch, I click this. It's an animated GIF. It just bakes an animated GIF. And you gotta remember, these animated GIFs are gonna be playing at about that size. I've done enough videos on setting them up, dude. It's one browser source. It is literally one browser source into your overlays. Make a scene that is called Streamloots. That's all you gotta do. And it's a browser source in that scene, and then nest that scene into whatever you're doing. That's it. So they export like this really well. So I think I want to do that. The GIFs, like I said, are going to have an interaction on the show. And some of them are grainy because they're actual movie clip GIFs. Like I either found them or I pulled up the movie and I used, what's the name of that fucking program? It's like LULIT, LUD. I don't know. There's a frame that I have I can put over a screen to screen grab GIFs. So it works well. It looks good. I'm super happy with it. So now I just need a couple other GIFs, and then I can export these. The problems I've been having is making green cards. And Jay, this is probably a question, like, I mean, anyone can answer this, but how the fuck do you make a rule? How do you make a mechanic for a game that is used constantly without making it be something like a +1 to a roll? That's a mechanic for a common card that gets played all the time. It's so fucking hard. I've tried it on numerous shows. Usually I do like money or things like that to add, but like players always forget to use their money. This show doesn't really have anything like that because Mythic Bastionlands doesn't have a mechanic like that. So I've been going through here trying to find things to use in my Acrobat, in the book. I thought about like using the tables and making those green cards, like, because those get pulled randomly, because you're using random spark tables for a lot of stuff. Like if we go all the way back up here, you don't want to manipulate actions though. Here's why. So let me explain the mechanics for this game quick. The basic rule is you roll. We're just going to use combat as an example, okay? You roll for damage. If a green card is the most common card, that means that they are getting that bonus constantly. Yeah, you could do fragmented cards. You can. I've done fragments for stuff. You don't want them to have another action. It does not work in this game. It does not have advantage or disadvantage. And you also don't want that to be a common card. You don't want every roll they have to have a common card. You know what I'm saying? So they have to be something that is negligible but important, that carries weight. Your advantages and disadvantages in modifying a roll need to be blue or higher. Really, they should be purples and blues, because you can weight them a little better than green cards, which are the most common cards. Okay? Now, and you can weight the green card, that card, to be a little less like often, but not really. No reason to do healing. They take a breather, they get their guard back. And healing is a huge part of the game. So let me explain the short versions. These are all exactly the right path we should be on. Well, it's always, they're playing cards, so it's interactions pretty frequently. That's why I made the gifts green for now. But I would like to make a couple action cards as well in the green. I just don't know what they're going to be yet. And I think after the first or second show, I'll have a better idea of what I can plug in. You know what I mean? So here's how the game works. I honestly build rules for tables and streaming. I build rules for tables and streaming, as we both know. It's a different set of expectations. Yes, it does. Different set of expectations. Correct. But you can't give them a bonus die to every roll. So here's how the mechanics work. A knight gets a set of dice from D4 to D12. On those dice, you are looking for your highest number out of the gate. That is your damage number. If you roll a D8, you get an 8. That's your damage number. It's always the highest die you roll. Highest number on the die. Then, anything that is a 4 to a 7 can be used to perform a gambit. Anything that is an 8 to a 12 can be used for a superior gambit. Think of a gambit like a maneuver or an action. When you go to what gambits do, these are your gambits. If we roll, for example, we'll use chat here. I'm going to do 1d4, 1d8, 1d12, and let's say I get a bonus d8 from something that I did. All right? So, what do we got here? What's our numbers in a line? We got 3, 8, 8, 8. Wow, we did well. That's a really good roll. So 3, 8, 8, 8. Okay, so I'm gonna put that on screen. 8, 8, 8. All right. This is how this works. These are our successes. 3, 8, 8, 8, right? So our 8, 3 gets thrown away. It's fucking worthless. It's worthless. And you need them to lose some of those. I do have one that scale up and down. That's a blue card. So 3 gets thrown away. So an 8 becomes your damage. And then you have 2 superior gambits that you can choose to do. Strong gambits. Sorry, that's the superior. Strong gambits. So your normal gambits are bolster attack, add 1 to damage, move. Because the order for the game is move, attack. You can't attack, move. You can only move, attack. But because we got an extra 8, we could run in, stab somebody, bolster the damage for a +1, making us do 9 damage, and then move back. See how that works? Or we can run in, shield bash them for 9, and Spartan kick them away with a repel. Or we can move in, trip the guy, doing 9 damage, and using stop by knocking him to the ground. Or we can move in, if we have a flail, for example, for fun, we could run in, wrap it around the shield, or around his sword, impairing his weapon next turn, and punch him in the face with the shield for damage. Or we could run by and fucking tackle somebody off their horse, doing 9 damage as we fucking smash him to the ground. And then we could move away, tumble up and stand and be ready. So that's the action economy. Now, all of these All of these, besides bolster and your move, they get to make a vigor roll to ignore it. Vigor rolls are a d20 in this game, and they make it against their vigor. There's only 3 stats in this game. It's pretty fucking easy, right? Like, here's our Barbed Knight, for example. If she was doing this, she would get to make a vigor roll against it. Her vigor is not great. She's a 6. On a d20, she's got to make a 6 or lower. She sucks at this. Not a vigor person. She's a talker. So, we have this ability that we can do. Strong Gambits, if it's an 8 or higher and we use it to do, used in melee, then a Strong Gambit is performed and the attacker chooses one of the following. No save on, is granted to the target. Greater effects, such as disarming an item, breaking a wooden shield or weapon, or removing a helm. This does not increase bolster. Damage from bolster. It's not made for that. So you can't really be giving extra dice, or this action economy becomes crazy. Also, remember, if 2 or more knights are attacking the same target, they pool their dice together for effect. Right? So if it's not a duel and you're fighting a monster and 3 people are fighting that one monster, that means we may have rolled 12, or well, I shouldn't say 12. That's really high. 10 dice. And then we take the highest number from everybody is the base damage. And then they just start stacking damage or making maneuvers. So right now, if we remove this and we go back to our Chrome, and we go into our cards, now that you got an idea of the system, we have armor up because armor is reduction in this game. All right. So we have 2 armor. That makes it a 3. We remove 3 damage. So if that guy would have done 9 to us, we only would have taken 6. You take damage to your guard first. Guard is like your ability to fucking block and stop damage coming in. It's like a really small, finite pool of hit points that as soon as combat's over, you get your guard back. It's like breaking someone's guard in combat. Then all the damage goes to vigor. That's like actually fucking getting hit. So all of those 3 stats can take damage. And there are very specific ways to recover. So right now we have the ability in blue to reduce armor by 1. I thought about making this green. I did. I thought about making this green. 1 up. That means exactly what Scott was saying earlier. The whole idea, have a card that lets them move a die up or down. 1 up just lets them add a +1 to anything that they've rolled. It's a pretty powerful card in this game. Because you have a D4 and you have a 3, add a 1 to it. I mean, yes, it's a blue, but that means you at least get a Gambit out. That's kind of powerful. Upgrade Gambit. That means that you can take a Gambit you already have and make it a better Gambit, or you can take something that isn't a Gambit and make it a Gambit. Right? Call on Council for role-playing. Supplies, when you're traveling Hexbase, you do run out of supplies. You can carry so much supplies with you. This just means that every person could play one of these cards to have supplies. For that day. I have it twice because I'm getting ready to make a new card. Free Smite, that means that they don't have to roll. So if we go back into the book, go back into this book, and pull up my PDF. I need to make this so I can grab it easier. It's not really lined up in a way that I can grab it. There we go. So when you do these skills here, these are called feats. That would fall under other. You'd be doing an other. And I am thinking about making a free Gambit card, like just making one, but I have the upgrade Gambit. I may just relabel that to free Gambit. Like, hey, you fucked up, you get a free one. Like, I am thinking about making a purple card that's free, but I don't want that to be a green card. That's too powerful. You know what I mean? Too powerful to happen constantly. So, I like green cards to be things where multiples of that card can be used. I really do like those. I'm thinking about doing a bolster green card, maybe. I haven't decided yet. Because I do have the mechanic where any card can be sacrificed for a die, which for this game means a lot. If you sacrifice a green card to get a D4, that's an extra chance to get a D4. Remember, you can only use one of each color in an action per night. But if they are combining to fight something, it's per action, and that's a combined action. You can only use one of each color for that combined action as well. So there's some really weird mechanics that people are going to get to play around. But anyway, so feats, you'll see here, you release your Righteous Fury, use before rolling a melee attack. So you have to roll first. I'm going to smite this guy. The attack gains either a D12 or blast, which is an AoE. You have to pass a vigor save, or you become fatigued. So it still will go off, but you have to roll this. So before you attack, do you want to smite? I'm going to smite this guy. I'm adding a D12 to my roll, and then you have to roll your vigor or less. She's not a good smiter. Our knight that we have here, she's not a good smiter, right? Focus roll. Create an opening to exploit. Use after rolling an attack. Perform a gambit without using a die. So focus already lets you do gambits. I already have the armor up. That's already a blue card. I think I want to make some green roleplay bonuses. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Like an NPC card or something like that, or the townfolk like you. I want to make maybe some roleplay ones that are fun. I have something that the gifts are going to do on show, which is cool. So, deny, again, roll, spirit. This one, use after an attack roll so someone goes to hit you. Like, I'm going to deny their attack, basically parry. And you have to make a spirit roll, which she's good at. This character is a fencer. She's got fucking 18. Ting, 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 all day long. All day long. She is dodging, moving around you, and making sure that you don't get to hit her as she needles away at you. So that's how those work. Now, Jay, so I can show you this, and Scott and Nessie, let me show you a knight. It does have squires. It does. And I already have some stuff for squires in the deck. So here, I'll show you. Before I show you a knight, let me show you a squire. Good question, Jay. Our guest stars on the show are playing squires, and the guest's job is to prove that they are a knight or a squire worth being knighted. Yeah, but so Nessie, if that gets played 70 times, how do I use 70? You know what I mean? How do I use 70 cards? What are they buying for the bar? You know what I mean? Like, that's the kind of thing where I really got to I have to make sure they're multiple use cards. They're stackable. And I'm going to put a token that says stacking, so you know that card can be used multiple times. So knights can get squires, Jay. Let me answer this question first. Does this game have squires? Yes. When you make a character creation is quick, but knights can have squires. If a company is small and there's only 2 knights or fewer, you may give each knight a squire. They serve as apprentices and are not yet knights, so cannot gain glory or perform feats. They get 2d6 for each virtue or stats in this game, and 1 guard, which is garbage. That means that ping, and they're fucking on their ass, and they're getting the shit kicked out of them, right? They get a pony, they get a dagger, and you roll a d6 for their extra equipment. And that is your knight. When they get knighted, though, they get a d6 to every extra virtue. So in my deck here, what I have made, I have the free smite, no roll, the free focus, no roll, the free deny, no roll. And I see people with low stats using those ones. I have a camp reroll, but I have a squire stat. A squire can re-roll their stat and take the higher of the 2. So there's going to be guests on the show. And guests are squires. And then if they do well enough, they can become a knight. So like if they are training that day, I'm going to let them train, like we may start a scene where it's the 3 of them are traveling, they're doing a downtime in a hex. I'm like, okay, you guys you're setting up camp, getting things ready. Who's training the squire today? What are we training them in? And I'm going to let the knight, one of the cast members, choose what they're training the knight in, which is a guest star, a guest on the show. If there's not a guest star on the show, we can't get one for that week, that month, whatever it is, the squire I will play, but the audience is going to roll. Pretty clean, right? And I'm going to put the Squire stat block into Stream Elements so that you guys can roll it. Because all it is 2d6 and we need to see the score, so I'll make them separate. But it'll be one Squire roll. And then they will have a virtue, what is it? Why can't I remember now? Vigor, Spirit, and whatever the other one is, Clarity. And they'll have those 3 stats as well, so it'll have the number there, and you'll roll a d20 and we'll know if it's over or under. And I'm just going to make those, because you don't get increases a lot in the game. Right? So let me take Chrome away again. Pull this back up. Could absolutely use common cards equal to 1% increase. 10 cards equal 1 point of clarity versus their Squire to represent the knight's attention to their Squire. Absolutely use common cards to equal 1% increase. 10 cards equal 1 point of clarity. Yeah, that's a lot, man. I thought about... So, the thing I wish that could be done that isn't a mechanic in Streamloots, I would have to use a secondary program. And I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. You can technically do 10 fragmented cards. So that means one person would have to get 10 of that fragment, right? 10 fragments to make that card. But there's no way currently that if that card gets played 10 times, sort of me manually adding it, or I would have to use an external program to add that card up every time it's played. And that's one more working piece for a very lot of moving pieces part of the show. So instead, if I did that, it would have to be at the start of the show. I would say, 3 of these. We're missing 3 cards from each one of these, right? And that's feasible. I could do that. Make that part of our show, because the rest of our cards can be really clean and to the point. We want them simple to use. Simple to use. So the cards get played enough to where you don't want a green card to absolutely change the face of the show. No. I'm solving. You're giving me a solution. My job is to work it into the problem. You know what I'm saying? So I get what you're saying. And that would become an NPC card, a really good NPC card, which I'm not opposed to a Squire card. I want something for the Squires because the audience is playing the Squire with me. We're the Squire. We're the Squire. And once a Squire gets knighted, they go off. They don't stay at the party anymore. Right? They get knighted, and we get a new Squire. And Squires are often made to page stuff and things like that in the show. So I like the idea of a Squire card that is green. So let me go back to Chrome. Let's go up into the greens. Oh, let me finish these. So we have a Squire card for a reroll of a stat. We have a season action, Glory, which gives Glory, which is important in this game. Glory, by the way. Glory. So there's a distinct understanding. Let me zoom out here. Hi, I'm from Central Casting. Oh, God. Yes. Yes. Oh, dude. 100%. I am with you, Jay. I am 100% going to have that. So let me scroll up here. This is Glory. Let's talk about characters here. This is important as we're making cards. We're kind of reminding ourselves. Our knights are going to start as Wanderers. Young knight errants with a D6 guard, and they get a D12 plus a D6 in each virtue. They arrive in the realm seeking glory. If they lack direction, have them seek a seer's counsel. So you're putting the motivation in front of your players. It's that transparency we've talked about on so many shows. Getting darker. Right, touch. Courtier, mature knights, gallant with 2d6 guard, a d12 plus 6, not a 6, not d6, in each virtue, making them a better base. The first omen, or the nearest myth, is delivered as news to the court, and they know about it. Courtiers, right? They're a mature knight gallant. A ruler, mature knight tenant, with D6 plus 6 guard, D6 plus 6 in each virtue. One knight rules a holding, the others are in their circle. So King Arthur, seat of power is under wicked influence. So they have a holding, but the realm is controlled by someone horrible. They break down what an adventure, a chronicle, and a saga are. We are doing a saga, right? So now, if we scroll this over, and we go up, glory is what they seek. And the goal is to eventually be able to do the city quest. And there's a building mechanic in the background as you're playing that the city quest becomes available. Okay? A conclusion of any type. All knights who played a part in that myth gain 1 glory. So when a group feels that a myth has been resolved, they gain a glory. That's one way. Glory by other means. A public duel or jousting. Knights may take glory against a willing opponent. The victor gains the glory, the loser loses a glory. So you can duel and joust and get glory. Okay. Tournaments may also grant 1 glory to the winning knight, providing there are significant spectators and spectacle. Notice that you can't get glory unless you've done something epic. The story's got to be there. That's the 3rd way. If you're at war, the battle is large enough to be remembered in history, all knights on the victorious side gain a glory. That's the 4th way. When the game moves to a new age, because this game moves in time chunks, all knights gain a glory because you've been around, rumors about you spread, things like that. Serving the realm, maneuvering in court. This is what the ranks with glory do. 0 glory, knight errant, where we are starting in the game. You get dick all. 3, knight errant gallant, worthy of the seat of counsel in a court. Now, remember, you can become a mature knight gallant as a courtier. So, once you have 3, you can get a bonus. You get to re-roll your stats and keep the higher of the 2. Right? Keep the higher of the 2. Knight Tenant is at 6. Knight Dominant is at 9. 12 is Glory, Knight Radiant. And you move up and down these scales. And your stats will change on you as this is happening. You may lose stuff. Getting scars raise stats. Raises your guard as you're better at protecting yourself. And just because you have it doesn't mean you're fucking worthy. So just because you get your 3 glory, if you don't seek a person holding in power or a seer, you may not be deemed a knight gallant. So as they're gaining glory, and one of the gold cards is to give glory, and the person who plays that card is going to be saying which cast member gets it. I am not, and they don't get to pick. The person who plays that gold card is going to be able to put their name in. So that's how glory works. As ages passed into knighthood and you go through time, things change. So if we scroll down past the rules here, everybody, scars and harm. Oh yeah, recovery. Someone was asking about healing earlier. I think that was Scott. It was Scott or Nessie was talking about how healing works. So here's how this works. Recovery. Guard is fully restored with a moment of peace. Fatigue is removed in the same way. So if you do a smite, fight's over, you take a breather, you know how to defend yourself again, you're able to smite and do all your stuff again. Virtues have to be restored. So when you take damage to your virtues, there's only specific 3 ways to do it. Remedy, action, season. And each one of the 3 are restored differently. And each of the 72 knights also has their own way. So you get to kind of double down. Vigor is restored by consuming sustenance or spending a full day in warm hospitality. A tavern, for example. Clarity is restored by consuming a stimulant or receiving guidance from a seer. And spirit is restored by consuming sacrament or indulging in passion. That can be painting, sex. If you were really into horses and it's like grooming your horse and taking care of it. If it's helping the people, whatever your character's passion is, right? Unfortunately, I shouldn't say unfortunately. Fortunately, the player doesn't get to decide that and just be a monster and make my passion is sleeping. Like, Wait. You don't get to just do that shit. Remedies, a single remedy itself, and that's consuming a remedy, is a sizable bundle of materials and tools, and a person or dedicated beast of burden can carry only one. So a horse or a person can carry one thing of remedy. Using a remedy requires a whole phase of the day and is more about the ceremonial act than the material of the components themselves. Is going through the process, the prayer, whatever it is you guys are doing. Anointing themselves in oil in the middle of a field with reindeer antlers as the knights of St. Knee and shrubbery. Like, whatever the fuck the reason is. Virtue is restored by resolving any omens or encounters. So virtue is restored before resolving any omens or encounters. A single remedy is not enough to benefit the entire company. Is it? Oh, is. Single remedy is enough to benefit all company. So you can do it for everybody who's there. Now, Jay and Scott, because I don't know if Scott's seen this. I know Nessie has seen this before. Also, Jay, check out this art. For they have rules for warfare. For warbands, look at this fucking art. Tell me that shouldn't be printed back on this metal thing behind me as an optional piece. How the fucking fingers of war. Trebuchets, mounted knights, castles, arrows to the face, sword and board, and a knight that looks like he's been hit by every goddamn thing on the battlefield. And then a fucking poppy flower battlefield with swords and flags. This art is stupendous. So arms and goods, they tell you how to buy everything, what they cost. I may make a card for arms and goods. People in the realms, you talked about people in realms, the seers, the myths, how it all works, right? That's all here. How to create a realm, because you create your realms. They have this is really cool, Jay. This is points and routes on a site in a hex, and how to navigate a hex by using a simple map. Really cool. I always love new mapping methods. How to referee. Time passage. So this is the other thing I was looking for before we go to the nights. There's only 3 seasons. Each day has 3 phases. Morning, afternoon, night. Period. And I think I'm going to make a rollover token for morning, noon, and night. I'm going to find just some good medieval morning, noon, and night art. And I'm going to do rolling seasons. Rolling season coin. I'm just going to make a button that rotates through them all. I'm really thinking about going and getting the art from Smashing Pumpkins and using the Smashing Pumpkins art for this. So you got 3 seasons. Spring. Let me move this over a little bit. Spring, beginning of feast, sun. Harvest, the gold season. Winter, the gray season. And then each life has 3 ages: young, mature, and old. And when you age in the game, when you become mature, roll virtue 1d6 plus 6 and keep the higher result. So when you go from being a child knight, like the teenage knight, to a mature knight, you also get better as ages pass. When a character becomes old, they re-roll and they keep the lower of the 2. Old characters lose a d12 vigor at the end of each age. So you age out and die peacefully at 0 vigor. Kind of cool. Kind of cool. I may make an old age card as people start getting towards old age. I don't want it out before that. But if we hit old age in a season, like when we get to that by the end of the season, or maybe the second season, I'm going to make old age cards where they can roll 2d12 and keep the better of the 2 for aging out. To show their, like, glory is keeping them alive, like King Conan. Right? Really kind of cool fucking set piece. Like, King Arthur should have stopped traveling decades into his fucking career. So they have that. They also have advancing time, passage of time, which I enjoy that they're teaching you how to pass time, passing seasons, between ages, resolving situations, and then he's put out more tables on his Patreon, which I obviously back this dude because he's a superior creator. He's so good. He's such a good creator. So let me scroll over here. They also have hospitality camping. Remember I said you can get camping? When sleeping outdoors, make a wilderness roll as normal, ignoring landmarks, hostile omens, prevent proper sleep, and all that stuff. Supplies. Knights gather food, water, and firewood as they travel, so these are not tracked in situations where essential needs are deprived. The company each loses D6 vigor each morning if they don't have food. So if there's a chance like rot happens or plague happens or something like that and they don't have food and they have to actually do it as part of the game. Part of the game for travel. That's what those reroll your camp roll stuff and things like that are important for. They have all these cool things. They have all the rules for exploration, how to handle a dominion, like how to roll a dominion and how to handle it, which I'm writing all this stuff up right now. Authority, again, I love towers, one of my favorite fucking art pieces. This is so dope. Mustering troops, how to handle taxes and tithes, all this kind of stuff. Courtly stuff. Great inspiration tables for nature, for civilization, for people. This people table is one of the best ones I've seen. I'm just going to print these sheets and have them on hand. Combat. Knights themselves. So, Jay, do me a favor. Roll me a D6 in chat and a D12. Exclamation point 1D6. Then do exclamation point 1D12. And we will pull up a knight. It's pretty dope. Once I can add chat commands in YouTube, I'm going to put all the dice as chat commands. So table 6. All right. And a D12. A 10. The Fanged Knight. Ready? Shit's hyper. This is your knight. Notice that they have up here the corresponding table. I do think if you click these, they should take you back to the table. That's the one piece of kind of like, hey, you should do this. Why is this here? Why is this staying here? Fuck is going on? Go away. All right. So here's how it works. Fang Knight. You see now why 3 cannot wear a smile. Now bare your skin and share your heart a while. You have a forked blade. It's a D8 hefty. Hefty has its own rule. Oh, this isn't the Goth Knight. Oh no, my friend. There is a Goth Knight. But this is close. Maybe this is the Circus Knight? So you get a forked blade, hefty, chainmail, which gives you 1 armor, which means it reduces 1. And you have shell plates, which is an armor 1 as well, which means you have an armor of 2. Ancient Scroll has reference to places in this realm, but outdated. See below. You have a noble steed with a vigor of 12, clarity of 5, spirit of 7, 4, guard. Ability, Sink Teeth. You can bite D6 someone, choosing one of the following effects before the bite, occurring only if you wound them. Regain vigor equal to the vigor that they lose. Okay, maybe you did pick the vampire. Lower them into normal sleep. Show them one of your memories. Just think about how fucking amazing just that ability is for roleplay. Passion. Melancholy. Restore spirit when you dampen the mood. Remember how I said everybody has their own way? This is their passion. You sour a mood. You Debbie Downer wet blanket an area. So, you know, most of the gamers out there. You wet in the area and you get something. And then references in your scroll. So this ancient scroll has references to places in this realm, but outdated. So you can just roll a random reference. You'd be like, oh, there's a tower. It's a place, it's a tower, it's an ancestor to you. And you can roll one, it's a village, and it's an ancestor to a cedar in the area. And you can pull out your scroll and use it during the game. And then this knight was knighted by the Damned Seer. Seers are the people that you go to for information. They're all over. There's usually one in every hex, or at least a nearby hex to where you are. You can always get to one in a day travel. It may not always be your seer. It could be any seer under the sun. So they have their vigor. They have their stats as well. A screaming, burning figure tied to a post. Forces seem to try to drag him in every direction, but he holds firm. Knows everything, but hesitant to give advice unless he knows the recipient can be trusted to follow his instructions. Wants to redeem himself by ensuring the future occurs as the stars demand. So I can just roll a seer that's in a hex, giving them information for an omen. And it could be a burning man, looking like he's getting yanked on a fence post, as other people are around him that just lit the fire. Kind of dope. If I were to give you this night, say, Jay, let's say you played a squire and you get knighted during the show, and this is the night that you roll, we find a seer, and this is what you get knighted as, for example. At the bottom, to help you, if you need to come up with ideas on how to play this night as an NPC, as a noble, a retired knight, whatever it is, you can also roll these pages to come up with personality ideas. Look at the bottom of this fucking page, dude. Oh, let's say we roll this. I'm like, I need a fucking person. You roll it. You're like, okay, what is it? Oh, okay. Yeah, you're talking to somebody who's a frail herbalist. What's his name? Samsung. Characteristic. He's a fast talker. He's a frail herbalist. He's a fast talker. He's got a fire breath, flask, beast. He's got a sword rhinoceros, and state. He's lounging theme, skin. I could either roll and have that be an entire person. I can roll and have that be pieces of a person. I have anything. Any of those things. And then these aren't attached, but that also, if you roll that same number, here's an omen, which today, before I close out the stream, we're going to roll omens. Don't tell my dentist. Actually, no. I want the omens to be secret for you guys too. But this is an example of an omen. Every time you find an omen for a myth, you do these in order. So the first omen you could have, let's say that seer says, he's hesitant to tell you, but you kill the people who are burning him alive. You try putting the fire out, but you're just too late. It looks like he's yanked in different directions. He's now burning from the inside. It tells you, I see visions of a wide-mouthed cave. It looms from a vined, a cloaked cliff. It seems empty, but echoes sound silently. They're altered. And he gives you the first omen. You're like, what the fuck is this? Your job, you have 3 tasks as a thing. You seek the myths, you obey the omens, you do whatever you can to save the realm. That's your jobs as the knight. So I give you an omen, and you can. We're going to figure out what this omen is. We don't know what it is, but we're going to try to figure out what this omen is. And then the next time this omen comes up, there's 3 iron pilgrims attempting to seal the cave, claim it can only cause harm. And so on and so on and so on until you get to the end. But notice again at the bottom, he gives you a dwelling, a sanctum, a monument, a hazard, a curse, a ruin. Things that you can use in your hexes as you're traveling. And they're kind of themed around the omen on the page to help you fulfilling areas in your hexes as you're playing through. A monument, a diamond aurora, appears in the middle of the night. What the fuck is that? So he has all this, and when you get into the last part, cast Beast of Solid Darkness. It's a Vigor 12, Clarity 12, Spirit 7, 8 Guard, A3, Darkness Hardened to Iron, Blade Out of Darkness, 3d10, or Burst Unlight, D8 Blast. Iron Pilgrims, there's their stats. Debt Collector, there's his stats. Useful crystals that you can roll. Like, Jay, why have we not been designing like this our entire fucking life? So, back to the card issue. Now you see why I'm saying, what do I add? What do I make that are green cards that don't unbalance, actually unbalance the game? You know what I mean? We've done similar things, but this layout, chef's kiss. It makes me want to rewrite Warpaint. It's genius. And it's concise. I think it is top 5 innovative designed systems, which is based on Karn. And he did Into the Odd, which is also a gorgeous book. I think I would put that, Forged in the Dark, the Blades in the Dark stuff. That's really innovative design. I do think 5e is innovative design. The advantage, disadvantages changed how we look at rolling in a game to create balance and to create a better curve. I think that... I think Cypher system is really innovative design. Really polished D20 rolls into something else. I think layout, Mork Borg has changed the way we look at layout. I think that the Year Zero engine and the Alien engine for how to handle stress is genius. I don't know if I can think of anything else offhand. Those are my major ones, like right now. They're inspirational to me. Uh-huh. Well, and the system is so clean. The idea of roll to damage, I enjoy immensely. You know what I mean? All one roll. So now, back to my question. What the fuck do I make? A green card? Yeah. Yeah, but so he also has Electric Bastionland, which is after Mythic Bastionland, which is like sci-fi-ish. And then Into the Odd, which is like science fiction. So I expect a game focused on knights to have a lot of fun mechanics that deal with those related concepts. Yes, that's exactly true, Jay. And it fucking does. But this is next level. And I think people use inspiration tables. Yes. I would run Dragonlance this way in a heartbeat. Easily. You could easily run it this way. And if you scroll down, this is the part that, Jay, I want to do in all my books from now on, and I'm going to be saving spots for. The start and scope. So this, the Adapothicaria, Adpocrypha, that's how it's pronounced, Adpocrypha. He breaks down in play and thoughts. This is genius. Man, I don't know how to do character creation. Page. God, how do I track the rules? Page. God, how do I do primary of action? Page. God, how do I do getting rules wrong? Page. Do it like Andor. No one is the main PC. I just move spotlights. I think you have heroic moments, not heroic characters a lot of times. I love Dragonlance. It's one of my favorite settings. I just don't... Beetle and Grimm's Dragonlance box set is gorgeous. Where do I have that? Over here. I love it. It's gorgeous. I just can't run 5e anymore. There's too many better things now, to me. We've grown. I would rather run Shadow Dark over 5e. I would rather run, honestly, Daggerheart. Right now, I'm really looking at Daggerheart. I think it would be a fun, high heroic game. I think it'd be a lot of fun. I think running Dragonlance in Daggerheart would be an absolute blast. I think designing for Daggerheart will be a lot of fun. if their license is open. I don't personally know. I think it's out there, but I don't know. I see if that audience picks up and it's got good weight, making the cards and stuff for it, because I make cards so frequently right now, I would have a lot of fun doing it. And I could do it very easily. So anyway, yeah, he has all these great referential, how to fucking run the game, what to do, everything. How to handle exploration. This is hard for people. This is a hard piece for people to do. You know what I mean? Oh, I don't ever run the tails. I run around the tails. I don't ever, like when I ran it, I ran some of the set pieces we had heard about, but it was about the players. It was never about Tannis and all of them. Not a single time. Not a single character was. Takesis is the only thing that gets mentioned. They went to Palanthas. I used the old second edition maps. But I digress. So I'm trying to find something to do for a green card here. I know it's going to stack. Yeah, we did. Dude, did you see my Dragonlance series? That's how I developed my new overlays. I ran Monday and Tuesdays in parallel to each other, and they overlap. It was a lot of work. It was the most work for a show I've ever done. I think I want to use that. I don't know if I can. Let me see if there's a stack of something. Is there a good stack here? I'll skip this one because it's got music. I want something that looks medieval, that means stack, that I would agree with. Let me try medieval. None of these are stacks. I could do books. I could do books stacked. But I think, honestly, a regular icon like this is probably better for stack. Stones! Oh, that's great, Nessie. Like this? White. Now, hold on here. Let me see if I can do this. Damn. Yeah, this is gonna be hard. All right, so let me make 3. Let me put them in order. Let's highlight them. Let's go to positioning. Let's also grab, I'm just gonna grab this one and bring it up. We're gonna grab this through this. We're gonna cut it. And what I'm gonna do is I'm going to duplicate this page again. And I'm gonna delete fucking everything on here. We're literally just going to click this, do position. I'm going to take everything from here to here, and we're just going to delete it. Because then I can just work on this. Let's make this a T again. Right? I'm going to line them up. I know you can't see them, but they are here. Okay. Well, let's see how this turns out. I'm going to see if I can get this to work. Copy style, paste it. So the pasting is not working. So instead, we're going to do this. Right? We need a solid background one, so we're going to do edit. We're going to do shadows. We're going to do an outline. We're going to make this bitch green. Ooh. I'm going to have to color pick it. Thank God I have color picker on my desktop. And go like this and make it the same. So what we do is we blow this up to fill it all, right? We take this other color that's in here. Why is there a color here? We don't want any color. We want no color. We want this all to be green. Why is that not doing it? Is there just black lines in this no matter what? Let's check something here. That is the same color. Okay, it did color pick the same color. We'll try this again. Now I can just make an outline of it if I have to, but I'm trying to make it easier. There we go. So that's pretty dark compared to this color up here. So I must have the wrong color picked. That must be the edge frame. That's what it is. That's the edge frame. I might have to stack these. We're going to have to do these sideways, I think. I need this one. I picked the wrong color. It's this one. So let me undo this. I'm a dumbass. That's the problem. I picked the wrong one. It's actually this bright green. Right? Trick, I say this every time, but if you don't know it, you can use the Windows key and V to pull up your last X amount of pastes. You can change those pastes for how many deep it will go, but you can do it. So we're doing outline on it again. We're going to like this. We're going to go like, you hit the window key and you hit V and you go through and you get the color that you need and you paste it into here. Like so. Ta-da. Good. And then we're going to blow this up. We want to fill the whole fucking thing. Done. Okay, now we got to match this next one. So we know it's going to have an outline. So what I usually do is I copy this style, paste it to this one. It gives me everything in it. It makes it the same exact size, right? I'm going to do the same thing here. Copy style, paste it here. It makes it the same exact size. All we're doing is changing the inside colors of this and the outside colors to match. So this one cannot be white. So we have to, I forgot these are images, so I have to do this. I have to change these colors first to the dark color. Oh, no. Sorry, this color. We learned last time. It's this color. Right? We go in here to edit. Same thing. We do the outline. But this time, we need this bright-ass green. And then we're going to do the same thing. Until it's full. Okay? I'm going to do the next one. It is not white. That is actually the ghostral color that I use here. This is what I use for all the corpse talk stuff. But I've been using it for a lot of stuff because it's just off-tone enough that when you print it, it looks really good. This is the dark tone stroke. So we got to go into here. Go into this. Do the outline. This is that really dark green that we were using 3 back, I think. Like that. And this one, I'm going to increase the size of it a little bit. So it just outlines it. And now the goal is to stack these three and adjust the sizes until the outlines look the way I want. So for example, we go back through and I select this and do positioning. We go to here, take these three, and you're just going to arrange them. Right? We're going to do the same thing here. We're going to center. I have to adjust these to match that. So, once you've done it once, it's easy. It's the initial couple times that fucking suck. So this first thing is this needs to go behind. I think I need to increase the size of this one. And then recenter it. We're going to go like this. That's pretty close. That gives us a green edge. It's similar in style. It's not exactly what I want yet. But we do have another couple layers to adjust. So we're going to go here. Position. I want to make sure I grab this dark one. This one needs to be big enough to make an outline around all of it. So that means I got to draw it bigger than the rest. Re-grab them all. Arrange. Center, center. So now we're getting somewhere. I don't like how this is lining up. Something is weird about this. These line up okay. You know, I think I'm going to have to change the outline. So we're going to go into here. What did I have these outlines at? What are the incremental differences? That's probably what I should look at. 90, 144, 200. So this should be 90, 90, 144, 200. I said 200. Ooh, I can't do 200 on that because it's the image. I see. I see. So I'm going to have to manually do these. I didn't think about that being the problem. So I need to make this the same size then. Fuck. Fuck. This might be a problem. Because it's an image and not text, and images are weird when you add this shit to them. That's pretty good. I'll have to color in the green for the fill. You know what I'm saying? Like that. But it's doable. We're getting somewhere. This one is not big enough. Yeah, it's just not going to do it because the outline can't be big enough. So that means I have to change this outline as well. So let me reline these up. I like where it's going. Position. We want the green here. Edit. How big that is. I hate when it changes the sizes. This might be one of those things I just have to do in fucking Illustrator or Photoshop. It's just not, this is not capable of it. And this is, again, this is a limitation for using an online program. But I enjoy the speed of using this for repetition. over Photoshop, but I would already be done with this in Photoshop. Like, in all honesty. But it's just learning limitations of a program. I can't shrink the size. I can't change the weight. I could do 3 dots in text and do it that way. Yeah, in AI it would be... Illustrator took me no time. None. Yep. Oh, you don't even need to do that. I would just draw it. I wouldn't even use this image. At that point, I would just draw my own stones. You know what I mean? Yeah, just masking the bitmap. Yeah, you could do that too. Yep. Yep. There are some ways to get by and make it work. What I'm learning, though, is I don't know how well it's going to read. I think if it wasn't a sketched image, it might be easier. Because when you line these up, I mean, that's perfect for what I wanted. Like, it's identical. But that's because this is a fucking image. How do I want to remedy this? I know what you meant. I know what you meant. That's really close. Once I have one image this way too, I can copy and paste and do all the images that way, which would be helpful. Let me think for a second here, everybody. Yeah, I already did that. I did that already. It's already got the effect on it. It's got an outline. Like this. But I'm thinking about duplicating it, doing a glow, and making it solid. Just to see. Again, I can just go into fucking Illustrator and do this, but I'm so sick of the Adobe brand, I can't even fucking tell you right now. It just crashes too much, man. Let me try a glow instead. See, it's the frame. And when you enlarge something, they don't actually enlarge, you know, the way that you need them to, because it's not how enlarging works. It's just not. Everyone thinks it is, but it's not. Stroking something and increasing the size of it doesn't make it line up the way you want. You actually, it's a totally different process. But that's close. And what I might do, because it has the 2 colors that I can color. Like this has got I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to lay it over this. And I want to... Hold on, I got an idea. I want to see something. It makes it larger. See that? How it fills it? It's because it's a wire. It's because it's filling the inside. That's why. We just need a new base art. Or I gotta draw under it. So let's try just get different stones. Something like this would work better. Oh, those are pretty. That's cool paint. We need graphics that are solid. Let's just see what happens when we add glow effects to this. Can't even change color of the stones. They are solid pieces. I was hoping I could recolor these. Maybe I can't actually. Hold on here. I bet you right here. Now I can if I wanted. Watch. I bet you this is what I could do. Oops, wrong one. Right? Then I could really take this one. And we want, I think it's this one. Nope. This one? That blends it too much. So you do that. Delete these. Now let's see if this works now. Obviously, we don't need them this fucking big. Didn't do anything. So for this top one, let's see if we can do this. It's all just learning, right? You know what I mean? Like, you're just figuring shit out. We almost have to do a different color because the way these are shaped. But the outlines around them might tell the story well enough. Or what if I make these just all like this? As a template, right? And then if I move this, it has the outline around it. So let's do an edit. Let's grab outlines. Let's do an outline. We do it in this color. We're gonna put it up just a touch. Because see how it's reducing the image inside and not changing the size of the frame. See what I'm saying? So now we can duplicate this, I bet. But before we duplicate it, if we move this one over, we need to make this. This is basically that. And if we take this and edit it and put a glow around it, sorry, an outline around it, we do this, we color pick this highlight color, we paste it in here, now we get it here. Now I can increase this. Right? It just shrinks it down. And then that will fit under here. And now I can adjust this outline on this one and take it down some ways. And now I'll get that outline around it. I think I can center him. I think I can get this one to work. Boom. Because it stacks better. It actually reduces properly. And then this one, we make this one fucking solid fucking gray, this color here, right? We increase it enough, and now let's see what happens. I think this might work because of the shape of it. Let me move this up here so we're not fucking around. Bop, bop. Ah, it did fuck it up. So I'm gonna have to put just an outline around this. We're gonna fucking max this one. And we're gonna do this color. It's just easier to color pick it. All right. And now let's try it. Done. It's pretty good. We are missing the final look, though. I think this might be one where I gotta do it elsewhere. I might have to do it elsewhere. It may not be doable in this program. It's really fucking close, though, man. Like, you can kind of see. You can almost see it. Almost. Almost. It's so close. I think I could get this. I think it's actually because of this increment is wrong. So close. So close. Well, it's going to be the placeholder for now. I mean, it's clean enough. This is clean enough for a fucking card. So we delete this. Copy this work piece. We're going to zoom out and put it on the card and see if we like it, right? So we're going to go like this. We're going to reduce these all down to here. I'm going to bring it up. We're going to delete. Actually, we're going to move. Oh, shit. We need to group these. I need these to be a unit. I need to be a unit. I'm going to put it over top of this, size it the way we want. Probably like that in the same place. We're going to fucking throw these away. We're going to fucking throw these away. And that means stacked. I mean, that works. Right? Not bad. Not bad. Not bad at all. Let me get some more music in this queue. Burn through all of our music today. I'm actually going to be heading out here pretty shortly. Let's go do one more playlist piece. We'll use, what haven't I listened to from him in a while? Let's add a queue, and then, oh, I love Berserker. We'll add that to queue. And then we'll add this to queue. And we'll open up the queue again. And we'll tell it to play. Wrong one. There we go. So, we have the stones. This is not going to be a GIF, right? Instead, this will be a card that should give me a bonus. I should get a +1 if this is used. Yeah, I should. So I'm going to delete. Oh, no, I'm just going to type it, actually. Really simple. Done. +1. And this is going to be a stacking card. We know we want it to be for squires. What do we want a stacking card to be that's like a bonus for squires? What do we use? What is the rule that we were looking at? Jay was talking about percentages, like 10 cards do something. Like 10 cards give a +1 to the squire. We can make it X amount of fragments that do it, but that means somebody would have to collect enough fragments to give a permanent stat bonus. Or we can have it to where everyone can play the card, and then I can just look up the name of the card, and that can give a +1 of their stat. We could do that at the wrap-up, or at intermissions, or at breaks. Let's look in the book really quick. Competence? It's competency. Maybe. Maybe. I want to see if there's a piece of art for a squire I can use. I want to see if, like, there's a piece in here that I like that could be squire art. Probably the omens are probably the best for it. Oh, yeah, look at this one, Jay. This art is fucking dope. The Thunder Knight. No, I'm talking about for the Virtue Clarity. Yeah. Oh, for the Knight, no. I don't want their stats to raise unless ages change. I am fine with the Squire ones changing because they're gonna fucking die. They can give +1s to the rolls. And you don't re-roll your stats that often. And giving them clarity back for damage and stuff like that, that should be the remedies and things like that. I am going to make a Sacrament card, I think, is going to be one of them, but I can't have it be... I can make a Sacrament bundle. We could do a Sacrament bundle where it's like 4 of them make a Sacrament bundle to replace the one that they have because they use it up after they use it. That's not a bad idea for green card. We could do those 3 refining things. Like, here, let's go back up here. What was it under? It's under healing, right? A guard die? Yeah, I thought about doing a guard die. Let's see here. I was looking at page numbers. Arms and services. Hefty weapons require 1 hand. Only 1 hefty weapon can be wielded at a time. Yeah, that's not going to help. Yeah, because remember, like, only 1 knight or 1 mount can carry the sacraments to heal. Where's it at here? Here we go. Talks about it here. Stimulant or receive guidance from a seer. Spirit, restore by consuming sacrament or indulging in passion. So right here, this part here. And it says that it's a sizable bundle of materials and tools. A remedy, I'm assuming, gets used up. Consuming a specific type of remedy for virtues. So we could make a remedy for each virtue and bundle them. You know what I mean? We can make a remedy for clarity, a remedy for... What is it? God, why do I keep forgetting this? Vigor, clarity, spirit. Or clarity, vigor, spirit. CVS. Ha! I didn't realize it. Hold on. You're telling me that remedies fall under the CVS category? So, you gotta go to CVS to get your bundle, to get your remedy, to heal your stats. Oh, if you guys don't know what CVS is out there, it's like a Walgreens. Oh my god. CVS Pharmacy. Oh, fuck me. Oh. Oh, hold on, I'm making a note for something. That was too good. That was stupendous, everybody. Stupendous. Hold on here. Okay. Cool. Oh, fuck. Schedule just came out for Buds. It's this season time now, so now my streaming schedule is going to be changing a little bit. Oh, fuck me, that's funny as shit. So, how do we want to do this? I'm thinking here. I think it's a remedy. So let's name it remedy. So let me pull Chroma. Oh, sorry. Let me pull Chroma up. Pull Acrobat away. I think we call this a remedy. Remedy? Remedy? Well, remedy is what it is. Bundle. We'll call it a bundle. Remedy? Bundle? I could do bundle. I have to do this little maneuvering until it just hits. And then hold on here. We're going to copy this just to change the wording. We gotta really just kind of snap it into position here. Boop. I have you can't see them, but I have markers to snap. Right? And then we take these and reorganize them. And then we are going to do this. And we're going to do this. And they're already centered. I want to move them over as a group slightly. I like to manually center them in these cards. They're not all sacraments, though. That's the problem. It's a remedy is not for sacrament. It is for remedies are for recovering virtues. Spirit is consuming sacrament. So I'm going to do remedy bundles. Oh, I could do each one. We could do a sustenance, a stimulant, and a sacrament. A single remedy is a sizable bundle of materials and tools. A person or dedicated beast of burden can carry only one at once. Using a remedy requires a whole phase of the day and is more about a ceremonial act than material components themselves. The virtue is restored before resolving any omens or other encounters. A single remedy is enough to fulfill the whole company. So, I guess it is per stat. because there's 3 ways to do it. It's a remedy, an action, or a season. So we would need a CVS bundle. We would need one of each. We would need 3 of them. So instead of remedy bundle, it would have to be like clarity, vigor, and virtue. So I would have to clarity, virtue, and spirit. Maybe here instead of the plus, but the plus one's for me. But maybe instead here we put the CVS for which one it is, and make 3 different art pieces as well, and put 3 pieces here. That might be a really good use of this for bundles, because they're gonna need them. I'm thinking out loud, sorry. My bad, my bad. Here you go. For this, I could just replace this. So this could be C is an indicator. Because it doesn't need to give me a bonus. I don't really want bonuses from green cards for the stuff that I'm doing. So you do this, duplicate it 3 times, make C, V, and S. Because the goal is to make it simple for me to be able to use on stream. And I think instead of making it like 10 cards need to be played for a bundle, I think I'm going to make it 4 fragments, because that's the rough size of the company, because it's 3 players and a squire or an NPC or a player. And if their company's larger, it is what it is. So I might just make it a 4 fragment card, because they're important. This is how they heal. You know what I mean? Or I only make 1 and just put CVS down there. And then they can just use it for whatever one they want. They can just say that's the bundle they have for the day. Fuck. I'm thinking mechanically. Let's go through a show here really quick. Let's go through a show here. Let's pull this back up. They get in a fight. The group is wounded. They all lost vigor. Someone lost spirit for losing a joust. Just like they're just defeated. They need to remedy their vigor. It's either a specific action, or we have to skip a season, or they have to have a sustenance. So they either have to rest somewhere warm. Let's say they're out camping. They're not going to be in an inn. Your tents don't fucking count for that. So they're going to do a ritual taking part of the day to get their vigor back. Stretching, eating medicinal herbs, smoking, whatever the fuck it is they do for the day. Bandaging themselves up, that kind of stuff to restore vigor. They do that action of the day. It takes their morning. So they're losing their morning. They use one of those cards to do that. It recovers their vigor for the day. Someone is still missing spirit. The only way they can get spirit back is by consuming sacrament, or they have to go to a passion. And that takes an action. It takes a phase of the day. So like, well, they won't be able to do it till tomorrow. So then they could use a spirit one, or maybe during the day they find a seer, or they indulge in their character's passion, right, to get it back. Yeah, I think just saying it's CVS and it just covers whichever one they want, is probably the best way to handle that bundle. So I think I'm going to do one card. One card. And it's just going to say CVS. I don't know. What does it look like in caps? CVS and caps looks weird. Ooh, it looks good in lowercase, though. Do we just do this in lowercase? Because, like, uppercase, I can merge those together, like, overlap them, for example. Like, watch. Look, we could do this. It just doesn't look great. We do that. We can do C.V.S. It's just this tail on the V really fucks it up. So the thing is, though, all the other ones are the caps. It's usually capped and little. What about that? What about a merger? I'm not opposed. I could do that and increase the size and recenter them. I can try that. Hold on. It looks like that. Still has too many tails. The serifs on them are too strong. I'd have to manually do every S, and I'm not doing that. Like, I'd have to size it and put them together. It's just not worth the time. Like, even if I did this, I could do that. And tighten it. Can I just move this one? I don't think you can individual them. I think it's the whole line. Yeah, I had to do them separate. Yeah, I think all lowercase is the better. I agree. Periods or no periods? Do we just do it this way? And we'll just increase the size? I think we just do that and increase the size, personally. Let's check it out. Let's see what it looks like. Right? Oh, we don't even need to blow it up. We just do this. We just kind of fucking put it in place. I might actually have to shrink it. There we go. Clean. Clean. So now we need art. We need art. You know what else I'm gonna do? I hate double stacking like this. I want to try something real quick here. I know it's going to be 4. I don't think I need the double. So I might We're gonna check. We're just gonna move some shit. No. 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 Maybe I do need all 4. Do we like the double outline like that, though? What if it's just this? So you know it's 4 fragments. Or what if it's just, you can't tell it's 4. I'd have to get rid of the outline. What if it's just a 4? Like that. Let's zoom out. Easy to read, cuts away. The only other way I could do it is if I made the stones black and made the writing white to match the rest of the writing. You know what I mean? Like if let me dupe this. Just as an example. We ditch this bitch. We go here. We take this. We make it. We change the color of these to black. Or actually, hold on here. Ungroup it. We ditch this. We ditch this. We delete this. And what if we take this entire stack? We do something like that. Oops, fuck. I think I actually like the white with the dark 4 better. The only thing that's weird is all the other ones look like this. Which one's that? This? It doesn't match the rest of the designs. You gotta remember all these cards look like this. So like if we go to a full bleed of everything here, this is your lineup. Boom, 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 boom. What the fuck is that? Boom. I don't like this. This is a no. This is okay. I don't like the green. It's too much. Is that what Jay just said? Yeah, I agree, Jay. I think this is our winner. If we're going to have that big glob of rocks. The other thing that can happen is a 4 could just go there and we could bypass this whole having to have the stacking rocks thing. You know what I mean? Because everything else is a number. They're dice. You can give it up for a die. Right? If this is just a 4, like F4, fragment 4, we could bypass the stones entirely. Or we don't put a number at all, and we just use the stones, and then the fragments you just know from looking at the cards in Stream Elements, or Streamloots, and bypass the whole problem. And just use the iconic representation. Well, the goal is you don't want people to get confused. All these they know are dice, and that's what they can be given up to roll. Nah, I'm not going to do a stained glass. Stained glass is ETHAUNTIA. I'm not going to use that for this. And the T's are that they are... fuck. The T's mean something. I can't remember what the fuck it's for now. I have it in my notes. All the gifts get a T if they're a gift. You could do stones as a literal radial fragment that curves above the number itself. Sure, if I wanted to waste that much time. You know what I mean? They're going to be this big when they play on screen. So it needs to be an iconic representation more than an in-your-hand representation. Are you saying just put 4 stones on it? Like 4 stones? Not stacked? The whole point was to say that they're a stack. Are you saying across the top, Jay? I mean, sometimes they will be bigger. The 3 sizes that you're going to see them at are about here, here, and here. That's roughly the 3 sizes. The only time you'll ever see them this big is on a solo screen or on your phone when you're looking at the cards individually. Like you're holding it. You know what I mean? They're card size. But that's why I wanted the 4 stones, because it's a 4 stack. I think really this is the happy medium. I just don't know if this is necessary. Because there's 4 stones. It's 4 fragments. The other option is if you take this, and you put it here. Not in the center, but you put it in line with the outline. And then you go like this. And you bump this bitch over. And now, if I delete this 4, now you have both as an indicator. Like a patch. Because you've broke the stone line, left the outside frame of the line, similar to what Jay was saying. So now we group these, and we pick our size. Yeah, I would want them to not cut the edge, so I'm just going to kind of finagle it a little bit. You know what I mean? I'm going to reduce it just a touch more, and I'm going to move it over. I don't mind if it covers the horn. I mean, I could cut this horn out and make it separate, but I did that before, and I didn't like how it impeded. I think these 4... Can I move this over a little more? No, I can't. This needs to be here, period. like that. I think that's it right there. Then I could probably blow this up a touch. No, we want this to tuck just behind it. There we go. Done. No, they wouldn't know it's a stack of stones. You're right. Yep, you're right. They will if you tell them. So iconic representation is supposed to be, I'm not adding lines. That is not happening. There's too many lines already going on. The goal is it's iconic representation. Once you know that that means a stack, you will forever know at any size that that blob means stack. See what I'm saying? You don't go, it's stones. We're using that as a representation to build it. But if anyone looks at it and you tell them that's a stack, that's the point. I can add lines, but that will deter from the 4. So like when you do patchwork, for example, let's take a simple, let me explain a good patch to me versus one I don't like. Hold on here. What else do I have here that I can showcase? Okay, yeah. Here's 2 that I don't like and 1 that I do. Do I have my Knave one here? I do. All right. This is Knave. Hold on, let's go back to me, full screen. This is a Knave patch. Black background, solid color, 1 trace, right? Then there's these old school patches that are shield patches, but they're fucking hard to read. Because there's almost too much going on. And as I go away, you still know it's a shield, and you know that's the Cobalt, even though it's hard to see. And it's the size of my palm. This is the Tiamat. You know that that is Tiamat because there's multiple colored heads. And I told you it was Tiamat. When you get back to here, all you do is see 4 colors. Now, I'm a Friday the 13th fan. You know what that is because it says it. When I come back to here, you don't know what the fuck that is. You don't know what that is. You might be able to read it now I told you, but if this was covered up, I mean, you could guess. But if you saw it here, and you knew it said Friday the 13th because the card said Friday the 13th, you know what it is. My goal is bad patches, which I love. These are Tales from the Crypt. Really cool. They look great here. They're from Creepsville. But as I come back to here, you have no fucking idea what this is. You don't know what this is. You have no idea. But if you saw it here, you do. So my concept for it is going back to what we're looking at. All great questions, by the way. This isn't a judgment. I will tell you when I'm judging. But no, this is just for clarity of why in design I do the stuff that I do. So now I'm going to do something. If I take this and flip it over, it's a shield. If I take this and flip it over, you have no fucking idea what this is. If I take Knave and flip it over, the shape, if I were to flip it, you would still somewhat spell Knave. But this, you don't know what the fuck this would have been. If you couldn't see the patchwork through it, that shape means nothing. It looks like a road sign. It especially looks like a road sign this way. But you know it's a road sign. So my goal is that 4 bumps denotes stack. I could put lines in it, and I'll show you what it looks like if I put lines on. I'll just quickly hand draw some lines. It's not going to look good. And here's why. we are using outlines to push white forward, right? We're pushing this forward. So if I go in here, let me take the drawing pen. Let me grab this. We're gonna grab the same, let's do it in the green. Let's do it in the dark green, right? I'm gonna grab this pen. We are going to, let's see what a weight, I just wanna see what a weighted 2 looks like. It's a little bold, but we might be able to get away with it. I can't zoom in any more than that, so we're gonna have to go to a weight of 1. So if I were to, let's just say, right? Let's just say I did that, okay? And let's say I had to perfect it. I would have to bring it up off of these lines and do all that kind of stuff. Let's say I move this forward. That does look like 4 stones, but it really doesn't do anything at the end of the day. If I really wanted to do this right, I would make 4 flat stone shapes with gaps between them, like 4 lines. That's like why in the military, how your bars are military. You know, the military ones, it's just a line, or a star, and there's denoted negative space. I could do 4 stones with negative space. I could do 4 stones with negative space. That is a possibility. But now watch if I take this stuff away. It's still stone. Still 4 things. It's a blob, but it's 4 things. I think I'm going to stay with this. I like the shape. I like the look. The only other thing I could do is put a flat stone. And I could do something like this and color this in, right? Or I could get something like this and delete out some of the stones and, you know, and put that here on an angle through it like this to count across, right? Like we could do something like that and put that there. That's feasible. I could just put 4 circles. But I think for the idea of the shapes and the medieval look and iconography, I think I'm going to keep this. Mostly, not because I like it here, because I like it here. I like it small. And I don't like this at all. Actually, I'm just deleting this. This is just a working page. And I don't see a flat stone. Maybe skipping stone. Let's try stack again. Let me try Cairn. Did I spell that right? Is it K? K-A-I-R-N-E, isn't it? Is that right? Am I spelling that right? Oh, no, there's no E. There's no E. No E, no E. So, this is a little more defined. That's, I mean, honestly, we could use that. Yeah, dude, just listen to designers. We do this daily. I know, I say that all the time, but I don't mind educating my people. So maybe this is the better one, right? If I fucking tear this apart again, maybe we can get away with some murder here. Okay? So we go like this. We are going to... We're just going to do it like that. All right. So this one, technically speaking, let me just copy this fucking group. Paste it down here for worky place. Right? Ungroup it. We're gonna do the same fucking thing again. Just so, oops. Oh shit, didn't mean to do that. Let's, god damn it. And I'm also working in an inferior program. Mostly because I want to show that anyone can do this. Can I work in Illustrator and have been done with this? 1000%. You know, fucking would have been done a decade ago, right? I would just drawn what I wanted. But I like playing in this to see, like, what the limitations in a program. Because I don't think Photoshop is a necessity anymore. Okay, there you go. So we got this. Let's go to position. Let's grab the one below it. We actually know that the inside of this bitch needs to be this color. But we don't know why. We don't know why. Why I did it. We need this neon. We're just gonna try it. Also, a lot of what we do is fuck around until we get what we want. So that means that this one, edit, this needs to be larger. Right? Look how big that is, and it still doesn't work, right? So I need to position. All right, it just needs the fatty outline of the same color. Right? Right? So we just grab this. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it again. We're gonna find out. We're gonna fucking see if this works. Bitch slap this thing to large. And we're gonna grab the fatty. Blow the bitch up. Align. Boom, boom. And then we're gonna reshape this last one. We're gonna reshape this one. Just to see if it makes us happy. So far, I'm not liking it. All right, let's cut this. Let's bring it back up here. We're just gonna duplicate this, right, like we did last time. Okay, I'm gonna paste this one. Is that better? Because I think it looks like a snowman. Did you just say the same shit? It went snowman. Great minds. Let's go to the full view. Let's go to this one. And now we can see the old one, and they're jagged, versus this one. This literally looks like a blob at a distance because they aren't offset enough. See, I don't like it at all. It looks good here. It doesn't look good here. This is better. And like, let's look at it at a scroll distance. Large, like screen of your phone. On screen. On screen. Got it. The stagger creates negative space to make the cairn visible. And that is graphic design. Now what I do though is this, I keep these. So this working page, I always have a working page. So this is a working page, right? So we take this shit, we have it all broken apart. We take these, we reposition these, right? We put them all back together. And we move this here. And we move this here. And I usually just group them really quick. so I can shrink them. And I put the nope column, and I put the good column, and I group them. I do the same thing here. I regroup these motherfuckers like this. We group them. And now, oops, didn't mean to do that. And now we have a working page. So like anytime I need to come to this, and I just relabel this, I do asset page. And then when I'm done with all of these, I move them around as I play. So I have them right next to me. So like we're working here. Let me put this on 100%. We're working here, so I have it next to it. But at the end, I'll just slap it back here. So I have this for later. But now we have this. So now we're back to what the fuck do we use for a bundle image? So I would like to use art from the book. I want to keep that method together. Instead of me having to draw that, I'm going to pull up Acrobat again. And we're going to scroll through this doc quick. And what I do is I usually zoom it out a little ways to about here. I click off. And I just number flip through until I see something that I could pull as a bundle. So we're going to look for art. I'm thinking a mount is probably going to be the best thing I can find. We're just looking for something that could read as a bundle if I zoom in. A bundle of nights. See, I don't want to make it. I don't want to make art. I want to use art. I'm thinking this one right now. The goblin picture. Goblin's #1 right now. That's a fucking dope picture though. And I'm looking at the seer pictures as well. The seer pictures don't blow up well though. That's kind of cool. The serpent seer. That could work. Right now, I still think the goblin's in lead. I don't hate this. For bundle, though? What does the bridge over the chasm have to do with the bundle? That's just travel. We're trying to find something for bundle. I could use this. I want like a package or something like that, or a backpack. Or are you just saying you like the image? If you're just saying you like the image, yes. The image is fucking gorgeous. There's no bad image. There's none. He has none. Ooh. I don't mind this elf one. It looks like he's holding something, like sacrament or something. This could work. Right? That's a good possibility. Let's go back over here really quick. Let's just try it. Let's just try it. So we go here. We go to positions. The way I have this set up is I've drawn a custom frame here. This is a frame. And you just drag it and you put it in. And when you double click it, you can move it. Right? We go like that, and then we just throw this bitch back. And see, now it's really hard to see it. Because you can't tell exactly what it is, right? And I can't reduce the size of it because of how frames work. But I found a cheat code. What I do is I take these images when this happens, and then I just go into edit, and they have an expand option, right? A grab text, and they have a magic grab, a magic edit, and they have a magic expand. All I give a fuck about is having space on the top and bottom to frame it better. So I just do this and this and tell it to expand it. I don't give a fuck what the top and bottom look like. All I want is blank space around each edge. In Photoshop, you would draw white, or you draw green, or you do something along those lines to make them one image. But just a magic expand at least gives similar lines and details and fills shit up. So I usually look and see if any of these work, if I like any of these. And if I don't, I'm like, man, this just isn't working. What I'll do, either generate new results once, and I usually only do it once. Because if I don't get something I like, I say, fuck it. So I'll do this one time. I have a second version of doing this that also works. So like none of these, this could maybe work. Maybe, but it tries to panel it, right? So I say, fuck it, I'm not doing that. I sit back. What you can do instead, and this is their background remover is one of the best, and their grab ability is really good as well. Usually this works killer. So I can grab this. I could grab him, his feet, his hand, right? I grab this and I say grab. Now, this moves separately. See how I can just move this around? So what I do is I take the background, I slap that in, I push it back. Now I can take this image and simply scale it to a comfortable size. It's one of the best background and magic ones of all time. It's so far superior to Photoshop's. And now we have the piece. So super clean, super quick, super clean, like really clean. Now, and let's just say that image didn't have pieces that I liked. Like, let's say it didn't do, like, let's say it left some colors out. Like, this happens. So, like, I'm sure right now if I take, I go to positional, and, like, let's just say I do, where's the tools at? Let's say I go to tools. Let's say I go to this, and I draw a shape. Let's just say I draw this, and I color this thing, a color that's not in this, right? Like, it's nowhere to be seen. So, like, let's say I do bright fucking blue. And I blow this fucking thing up, and I shove it behind what I made. You may see blue come through some of his cracks. And in that case, I would go through and just put a color behind him and put it together. But we got lucky. It grabbed it perfectly well. And you'll see a lot of artists do art on a really odd color that's not in their piece for that specific fucking reason. So now what I do is I delete this. I scroll back up. None of my greens, I didn't color tint my greens. But you'll see if I go to the full page, in my blues, I'm color tinting these. Right? So if I go into this one, that's not the original color of the artwork. I've color tinted it to match the blue so it looks like a uniform piece. But because his artwork is primarily green in this, I don't have to do anything to it. I just leave it. So now, what's another good 4-stack that we can build? So this is his flesh wound. I'm going to do remedy, bundle, right? So we have it. It's a common. I'm going to duplicate this. And is there another one I can make before I close the show? Is there another green that I could do that makes sense for a stack? We know the remedy bundle works great. It's fun. Do we want something for squires? I feel like we need a squire bonus. What could be a good squire bonus? All right. I'm looking up a rule really quick here. One for mount bonuses. So here's the, okay, great question. Here's the thing. When you look at a knight, we'll just look at the seal knight because we're here, right? Also love these pauldrons. So every knight has a steed. Every steed has vigor, clarity, and spirit, and guard. Some steeds provide damage in mounted combat. Some do not. So you'll see this one, he's got a halberd and a gambeson and siege plate. When the wearer braces against a door, it cannot be breached. So if you go like this, no, I will not break. So in a game that has mechanics like carrying capacity, darkness, like no one has dark vision, things like that, I don't like people to be able to carry more than one thing. There's already rules in there, and those limit game-breaking procedurals. So for example, I can carry one and my mount can carry one, but there's no way we should be able to carry two. They should get spread out amongst everybody when you're handling that stuff. So I don't want them to be able to carry more than one. Now, I could say that a remedy gets two uses, but then we got to track that during a live show. That's not fucking worth it. Tracking that takes too long. So at a home game, I would make gear and stuff that does that. Like the Breacher's backpack and Breacher's gives you an extra 2 free carrying capacity, right? But we don't have carrying capacity in this game. He is specifically telling you only 1. If they had inventory slots, maybe I would make a smaller one. Maybe a magical one could come out, but I would never make that a Streamloot card because I have to track that because my players aren't going to do it. I have to. So it needs to be easy on me. I need a checkbox and a printed sheet where I can just mark it. You know what I'm saying as it's going through. So, mounts. That was what we were talking about. A mount, one of these will eventually have it. Right here. He gets a D6 trample on his horse. So if you're in mounted combat and you run in and do mounting, the horse also does damage. So it's only certain horses that get the extra damage on mount. Now, I can make a die card that gives them a D4 when mounted, like an extra D4 damage for mounted. Right? But if I make that, oh, it's so specific, it's only going to happen during mounted combat. And I like really specific cards to be blue and higher. Really specific cards. Because I found when I made specific cards green, we get so much of them, they lose value. The technically cards worked great because it was a +1 whenever. Unfortunately, a +1 in this game is very powerful because it can take a +1, a D4 to a 3 to a 4. That makes it a gambit. So you got to really worry about +1s in this game. So I had to figure out how I would do this. I like the idea for something for mounted though. You're not wrong. What if I gave them? Okay, hold on. We need to see a mechanic. I don't know if there's advantage on your stat rolls. Hold on here. Bonus attack dice. These are gained from useful information, shrewd preparations, or tactical advantage. D8 is a typical bonus, which I am making a D8 advantage card. Mounted combat. Use their steed to trample in addition to their own weapons when charging enemies on foot. This doesn't work against spear walls. Okay, we know that. So let me... There's 4. Uh-huh. That's what I thought. It's the only one. I was wondering if the D20 roll ever got advantage. When they have to make their feat rolls. You know what I'm saying? Because when you make a feat roll, you have a save or become fatigued. You roll a D20, but if you don't make it, you don't get the roll. And you also have to roll that for gambits. So you get a save to ignore. So maybe I make a green save card. That could be good. A reroll green. Reroll save. Resave. Because that means they could roll twice. And that lets those people with like 6s and shit like that have a chance. And saves happen for stats and for against a gambit. And we can make that a stacked card. I like that. I like that a lot. So we're going to zoom back out. We're going to do the same thing. What looks like a good save? I mean, I'm using this for warfare. We need a piece of art that looks good for a saving throw. Also, I love this Dominion one. Too long. Because it's not just feats, it saves as well. And it's called a save for both the feat and for when you get hit by a gambit. So I want to use the terminology in it, so it's quick on read. But that is funny. I love this tournament night. Tournament looks dope, man. I love the bloody night. The river. I love this. This is great art. Saddle Knight. It looks like a good save. This might not be bad. The eye. The eye is number 1 so far. Whoa, that is so fucking dope looking. That's not bad. I already used that one. I already used that one. I didn't use that. What about this? Oh no, because that's one of... never mind, I can't use that one. Can't use that one, I already used it. Use that one. I'm using the guy opening up his chest for another card already. It's on the list. I already used that one. I used that one. I already used the Scream. That's dope looking, but I'm not using it. I used that one. Great piece. I want to play a Meteor Knight. I love them. Such a fucking cool class. Cool knight. It's not really a class. That's kind of cool. The Halo Knight? Did I use the Halo Knight? Hold on here. Let me see if I used the Halo Knight. I don't know if I did. I did not use the Halo Knight. I could use the Halo Knight. That's not bad. I like this one. I think that's probably going to be what I use. I'm going to paste it in here. Just put it on the page so I have it. You know what I'm saying? Little King Conan look. Oh, what about this? Oh, he's giving coins. Never mind. I thought it looked like he was saving the guy. I love the Mass Knight one too. This Bone Knight is one of my favorite knights. Their ability When you make a genuine trade, a bone for a bone, learn something about the individual that acquired bone, the individual that the acquired bone came from. So you learn something about it, or something that they knew in life. So you can trade bones to get information. I was hoping there was like a scales or something like that. I thought I remember there being one. That? The Temple Knight? What about this? The tournament. Is that a good one? The tournament? That centerpiece? That could work. I'm leaning towards the purple though. Ooh. Oh man. Yeah, I'm sticking with it. Well, I never saw this piece. That's really cool looking. Or at least I didn't remember. So we're gonna go back. I think I'm gonna use this one. I like this look for a reroll. We are gonna have to recolor this, I think. I don't want that purple. I really don't want the purple. I'm gonna give it the green. See how easy that was? I want to do the neon though. I want it to have some brightness to it. Maybe blue. Maybe this green. Dark green. I think this one. I think that is what I'm going to go with. And then we're going to see if it fits. If not, we'll do the same thing we did last time. Pull them. Actually, fuck it. I'm just going to pull them now. I'm just going to pull them right now. I am going to change the color back. And I'm just going to hit this. We're going to use... I know, I think I'm going to keep the green. I kind of like that bright green. We're going to go like this. We're going to edit. We're going to magic grab and see how we do with this. Yes, I want that. This. Can you just grab the beams? This is where it gets spicy sometimes. Okay, I can't grab that one for some reason. It doesn't need to be perfect because it's going to get used. Alright, it's good enough for me. Grab. Alright, move it out of the way. Then we're going to go elements, position. We're going to slide this one up. We're going to delete him. We're going to slide the next one up. We're going to put this in its place, right? Bring him in. Oh, nope. No. We're just going to throw this to the back. All the way back. I'm going to grab him. I want to fit it. Thinking about like that. I could even draw to finish those lines, which I think I might do. I might finish these drawed out, or I could flip it. Let me see if I can do this. We'll use the marker. Now we'll use this tool. We're going to go like this. I'm going to color grab this. We're just going to manually fix this problem. Yeah, I'll be able to fix it. Okay. I'm going to go font or pen thickness of 2. Let's try this instead. I'm not using a pen tool, I'm using a mouse, so it's a little more difficult. Flipping it might do the trick. But so does just doing this. This is why I usually draw it. I find that this becomes a problem. But it's going to be so small. We have to keep telling ourselves this isn't going to be large. You know what I mean? Works good enough for me. It follows, I mean, I guess technically speaking, this one is angled wrong. Should technically be like that. This one should technically be like that to give it a beam out of it. And now we can merge these two fucking things. So we can take this one and this one. Fucking don't be a brat. Now we can shove it down. I grouped it with him just to make it easier. So now we name this one, what was it? Resave? I hate the E's in this a lot, everybody. I just want to point out, there we go, that sometimes when you type the E in this, you get a problem. Does it have a line? It does. We're going to do that. Cut. I'm gonna go with that. Like that. Reorganize, reorganize. I think this is still a 4 Carter. This will change. I think this is gonna be a +1. So instead of me retyping this fucking garbage out, I'm just gonna go up the one that has a +1. Who's got, is there a +1 green anywhere here? I know I have one. Might be at the very fucking top. It is. God damn it, Frank House. Okay. Group it. I like to group these together after I do them, so I'm not changing them a lot of times. So after I'm done with all of them, I'll go through and group them all. So now we have this. So we have 4. So now we're looking pretty sweet. Now we're looking pretty sweet here. We got enough greens. I'm going to design some blues tonight when I get back home. We're heading out here. I got to go get ready. I'll do one more gold, and then I want to be able to design some during the season. What I like about this is how fast, now that I have like templates down, boom, 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 done, export. I can do them live. I can share them out. But the real reason that I like doing these in here over Photoshop, over Illustrator is, let's, for example, take this card. I could duplicate this card, right? Duplicate it. I can go into this, and if I wanted to, I can animate all this. So when we go into this thing here, we lock these together. We lock these together. We lock these together. Then this and this stay together, right? Or, hear me out, I animate these. So what you do is you go, I want to animate this. What do I want this to do? I want my cloud to be slightly moving, let's say. I want it to pulse, right? Or I want it to flip, or I want it to wiggle, right? Whatever I want to do. Or I can have it flicker. And then with that flicker, I can turn this rate way up. So it's slower or faster. Have this little glow, right? Then I can go back into here, hit the, and also for the purpose of the explanation, when you do this, I have this animate on cycle, right? The flicker's on cycle, so it just keeps doing it. But now, after I do that, I can go position, and then I can grab this, this, and this. And then I can go into animate. I can have him come up, I have him slide in. I can have him do this. I have him blur into existence. I can baseline him. I can tumble him in. Neon flickers. Whatever I want. Whatever I think makes sense for these to come in. I can fucking rotate them. I can flicker these. I can pulse these. Whatever, right? But what I normally have been doing is grabbing objects like this and doing animate. And I like taking the individual text ones that they have where it slides them into place and does some fun things like this. Right? What do I like? What do I like? I think really I like that bounce for this. For the free focus, I think I kind of want it to come up from the bottom. Right? And then I'll just do it on enter. Same for this. Just on enter. Then we'll go to the 3. I don't mind the expanse. I like the bounce for that too. I don't like the baseline because it's coming out of nowhere. I like the pop. Right? So now I have all that. Now, we go here. We go to this card. What I do usually is I duplicate this and put a solid color. So I would go like this. I love the green, for example, that's in here. So what I do is I make a drawing frame. I grab this, rounded. I make this bitch large. Like that. I grab the color. I use that same green, right? And then I click off and click on it. And then I pull this piece up. And I drop this thing into the frame. If I can get it to work. Oh yeah, that's right. I have to vector to raster it. The easiest way to vector to raster something in this. So I did this and it looks great, but it doesn't let you add an effect to it. You can do like advanced formatting in it and stuff like that, but you can't do anything. You can paint, you can copy styles. So what you actually have to do, because I'm a dumb shit, and I forgot, is you gotta grab something that isn't a shape. So I usually grab like the cloud, or I'll grab a block. Like I'll just put square or rectangle. We'll do rectangle. You just grab a rectangle. That's an image. You want an image, not a shape. So here, is that a shape? That's a shape. I can edit this. Perfect. So I want this. We grab this color. Again, we delete this cloud. We blow this bitch up a little bit. We just want we're going to fill the square with it, right? And now let's see if I can drop this in. But let me. So now watch this. If I go in here and do shadows and just say outline and literally do nothing. No outline at all. Now it becomes an image. I can drop it. Because it has to be a raster, not a vector. So now you got this image. So we throw this all the way to the back. All the way to the back. And you can see it's poking out because I moved it. I must have moved it. I did. I must have moved it when I was fucking around. Is that that one? Yep. I'm just gonna bring this back in line to here. We take this one, we animate it, and then we go, what do we want it to do? You stomp them. I slide them in a lot of times, but I like having that color behind it because it's there still. You can pulse them, and it gives you just a good way to like bring them into existence. So now Now, we go and export, we go download. I can make it a video. I can make it a GIF, for fuck's sake. So let's say I make it a GIF. And I just say, current page, transparent background, download. And I let this run. So I'll close the show while this is going out. We are not going to be live Monday. It's a holiday. The group has got some stuff going on. I may show up Monday night, depending on what's going on. I have to, as of today, I just found out I'm working tomorrow. Yes, nothing like an 8-hour notice. So I work tomorrow, and then Monday I'll probably be back around, chilling, getting things done. Maybe I'll do a live show. Maybe I'll just take it to finish up overlays. If I get a lot of overlays done when I get home, maybe I'll do that. We'll see. I'm not sure. Not sure. But I just made this card, right? Now watch. I'm gonna drag it in. I'm just gonna put it on the page. And now we have an animated GIF. I did a low quality, but if I cut it, delete it, and let's just say I make a blank page. Let's go into our pages and go to here, and we go to this, and I paste it. We go into our uploads, and boom. And now we've made our own little animated frames. I can make it a higher resolution, but I just made a low resolution. And it's just animated. So these are things that I've been working on and playing with, the good ways to do it. They also make really good emojis. You can make really good small emojis if you put the right square size in, a thing like that for it. Super fucking clean. But anyway, I see I've had Snowman on the screen for a long time, because we were talking about Snowman the entire time. Thanks, Nessie. So that's it for me today. I'm going to get ready to go. We're going to go over to, I think we're going to Bubsby's for their little summer cookout thing. We're going to go say hi. Jen's been sick for over almost 2 weeks. I think she's feeling good enough. We're going to head over there. And yeah, man, that's the process. Again, I have my overlays ready. I think I really like these. Jay, I don't know if you saw it, but I really like these. I really feel like these are going to be good overlay looks. They match everything. I like the look of it. I think this is that gold foiled overlays that I want for the show. Names will go down into those little bracket pieces. I can make these individual cameras and move them around. But at the end of the day, I get this really well lit kind of set piece. The gems can showcase who they are. We have good Streamloot cards to go with it. So now like everything's kind of coming together. I think we kind of got what we need out of this. So, have a great holiday weekend, everybody. Go have fun. Stay fucking rotten. And play some games this weekend with your friends. That's it for me, everybody. Have a great day. And I'll be around next week. See you guys.